Two, three, four. The other way. Like 16. There we go. That will work. That'll do. That'll do nicely. Hi, Vera. Hello. Dude, I think I'm gonna leave my status on from now on since I have more than one IRC node. I can see when people are sending me stuff. I'm like lagging a little bit. Not a little bit, but it's not bad. I'm trying to color. I'm trying to color my date pane as well. I know it's kind of gaudy down there, but I mean, I could either do that or I could just make it transparent. I don't know, what should I do? I should probably, yeah, it's like it's too ugly. I need to color that thing. I need to color that thing. gotta save off this configuration file at some point. One last thing I need to do. I need to set... I need to change the focus of the pane. No. I love Tmux. You know, I used to hate it because it was too much. It was too fancy. I love it. You know, it's so cool. Let me resize. Change window without changing focus. Switch directly to a pane. Nope. Don't need any of this newbie stuff. Yeah, just all newbie stuff. Oh, I don't need any of that. Blah 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 blah. Load REX. Create a multi-plane external. You know. Copy off my config. Actually, it's all being backed up, so I'm probably fine. Harry will be happy to know I upgraded my sudo on my remote system. Yep, 1.9 version 2. They don't have any patches out yet. Asymmetric security multi-families. No. No. Oh, dude, why? Tmux is better than Screen. Noobs. Bunch of newbies. The world of ShamWow. The world of ShamWow sensationalism. The 10 best reasons to use Tmux. Which should you choose, Green or Tmux? You don't have to choose. You can use both. Because Screen's on everything. Tmux isn't. This is one of those things I'm just gonna go straight to the Tmux docs, which are almost non-existent, but I want to change. I want to learn the Tmux language. That's what we need more books on. The Tmux language. It said it is. It's like a full-blown language. It is. It is. It really is. It is. It's a language, man. Man. That's what we used to say in the 70s. Forgive me. It's not the right thing to say. For Tmux command key, no. All I want to do, I want to script, I want to script changing focus to the left pane. I want to script it. There it is, select window. It's got to be select window, something like that. Probably target pane. Either target pane or select pane. Let's try that. So, let's go down here. Alright, now I'm in the wrong one, right? So, now we do select P. Ooh, that's what we want. Select P. Whoopsie. And then, left of what? Pragmatic programmers. No, that didn't work. We'll get there. We're getting there. We're getting there. It has something to do with this. I'm gonna bet it's like -T. Target. Target. Select main dash L. Is it dash L? Alright. If you say so. Select pane. Got all these smart people in here, saving me time. Oh, that's exactly what I want. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so then the reason I'm doing that is because of this. So I have this like thing going on. Pane. God damn it. Dash L. All these smart people. All these smart people up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. What are you doing up at 4 a.m.? Crazy people. Crazy people. Yeah. Actually, no. Click this to run blank pen. Oh, wait, that sends it to tab 3. Blank pen, and then actually no, because this is gonna be swapped. So this is gonna be up at the top still. I actually need to. Yeah, because this is just doing the send without swapping the active pane. 9, 12, 10 for you guys. Well, you're reasonable people. You know, the bar on the bottom is kind of growing on me. I don't know why. It's like that splash of color, you know. It does kind of distract from the scene, though. I need to make it transparent. So this is a mistake on my part because this is going to be sending keystrokes to the tab 3, but it's the tab that's going to be active is going to be the top one. Yeah. I could probably put one up here. Actually, no. Let's do this. Yeah, I can put the select pane here. Yep, that'll work. That should work. I know that's a rather draconian measure, but okay, that's so far so good. Damn. Still in the wrong vein. It's a small thing. It's not like I'm not gonna die. But something in that setup is not working. So let's see. Top of clocks, you may want to alter your script. Why? Why? What should I put in top of clock? How long it's been for a particular topic? So this is not working. Well, I'm connected. My script, Vera, my script types it into whatever pane I'm in. That's how much of a hack it is. So as long as I'm on RWX Rob down here, it'll send the topic to RWX Rob. Yeah, that's fine. I don't plan on going back. One of the reasons I wanted to keep the, see here, one of the reasons I want to keep my status open for a while is because I want to be able to, damn it, switch back. See, because I'm gonna start being, we've got like multiple channels to keep track of now. I have AFK and Pega and a bunch, so I need to kind of keep the status up in front of me. I'm toying with the idea of keeping the blue bar on the bottom, but topic swap. Okay. Topic swap, channel search and replace. Nice. Yep, definitely something to do. I think you're making a good point though. So I'm gonna have to duplicate pieces of the topic. Sure, that's fine. I don't particularly care to have a fancy topic. Because you're trying to make it so that it says, "Hey, we're over here now," right? So that the rest of the part all changes. Yeah. Yeah, the Tmux. There is a Tmux book. Here's something you might need to fix. I thought you got it. Good. Good deal. Good deal. Very good deal. Productive mouse-free development. Tmux 2. That's a thing, apparently, that people have made. I should probably read it. So you have the URL on the topic, right? You mean the URL to whatever the project is, stuff? Yeah, there's lots of reasons to have a more precise topic, I agree. Right, it's just one thing at a time. So, get productive with Tmux. What is Tmux? Who should read this book? The URL in the topic to the video. Oh, that's nice. That would be one great idea. Yep. We should probably think about all the different things to have in the topic at any given moment. I would think, you know. I'm about to bookmark that. Use my mouse to bookmark it. Oh no, I can use Control D. Control D. Done. It's very nice. Very nice indeed. I like the Pragmatic Bookshelf. They have good stuff. 3 whole viewers on Twitch. Welcome, crazy Twitch people. Yay, we crossed 100,000 yesterday. Huzzah. And we have more. Hi, hello, DJ. Look at this, man. Why do we have more viewers on YouTube than Twitch for the first time that's the first time I've ever seen that. That's the first time I'm not keeping track. I'm just making sure people are here or not. This is amazing. That's what I want to see. Because people, you know, coming into IRC and doing stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, okay, what was I doing? So yeah, I do need to change the script. Right now I'm just gonna be give me some time here, buddy. I gotta alright, so we have to change, what is it called? Topic choice? Topic swap. Change to more precise IRC topics with topic swap. Search and replace. Alright. Alrighty. I will definitely look at that. So much to do. So Friday getting utilities, something to do. And that goes in eventually. Because I just so much I don't have time for. I had all relevant IRC topics to start up. Yeah. Actually, I don't need to do that because I'm in screen already. So, actually right away. Turn status bar and leave our chart back on. I need to do this. But now I need to make it transparent. Make status bar transparent. Sure. Make the WeChat bar transparent. The WeChat users guy, as usual. Oh, status. I had this at one point. I wonder if it's in my old config in my Git repo. I have to make taskbar translucent. Nope, 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 nope. There's not a lot of stuff on WeChat. WeChat. I think it's default. Trends. Dude. No, you stupid. Don't try to fix my WeChat. I spelled it right, not this stupid WeWork crap. God, I hate WeWork. I wish they would die as a company. I don't know how they survived that massive failure. They lost like 70% of their value, and they're still around. Such a shitty company. You know, this COVID thing's gonna knock them right out, man. I wish it would. Nobody wants to go into work anymore when you can't put your skinny jeans on and go drink coffee with your friends and pretend to work. You have to actually do work because of COVID. Yeah, I called you out, didn't I? I don't know who's out there, but I know one of you's out there just got called out. You don't feel like you're working anymore because you're just faced with your own mediocrity and the fact that you actually don't do shit. And your job is dressing up and getting together with a bunch of people and blabbing over coffee and then feeling like you did something because you talked the whole time, and then you like load up your little Macs and you go into the back room and you leave and you get out of your whatever, you get an Uber and you go home and you're like, man, we changed the world today, and you didn't do shit. Alright, maybe I need more coffee. I'm kind of grumpy. I mean, seriously. They named an application WeChat, fully knowing there was already an application called WEE Chat. You know they did that search for that. You know they did, and then they said, oh, that's just that terminal thing. I don't care. Because they're WeWork. They don't give a crap about anybody else. They're the people who sue and lobby to destroy other companies by going out. God, the practices of WeChat. I mean, WeWork are absolutely off the chart, unethical. Okay. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Colors. Is on all features here. 8 script. 8 scripting language supported with both the scripting managers. That's true. It's got too many scripting languages. Tired of your terminal? Connect to WeChat from your browser, even Emacs. Documentation. I just want a transparent color. That's all I want. I just want that to be done fast. So, it's an RSS feed too. You're gonna make me pick which language I want. You know what? If we had the knowledge that if these were on the knowledge, if these guys were on the knowledge grid, I would have this question answered like that already. I'm gonna make it happen. I don't care if it doesn't take off. I don't care. I'm just gonna do it anyway. I'll do it anyway. WeChat PNG and WeChat transparent PNG illustrations. I'm not sure I can't for. You know what? This is one of those things where if I just screw around with it, I'll figure it out faster than looking it up. Oh. All right. So let's see if we can do this. So first bar show input. Why are you not showing? Bar show input. There. Alright. And then what? Then we have do. I think we could probably use a few less of these. 17. All right. Then what? Var status. Wait. Var hide list. No, it's yeah. We should probably do fset, but that's going to give away stuff on the screen. Var set status, okay. No, we want status. Then what? Color background. Nope, we want that. Oh, here's all the different backgrounds. All these things. Would it be X? Actually, why would it be? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't think this is supposed to be there. There's the status color background. None. Uh-oh. Is it telling me that I did something wrong? Alright, so that one didn't work. I don't remember it. Missions filling left, right, filling left, bottom, hidden. priority, separator, size, type, color background. Black. How about this? False. Nope. Well, at least now I'm looking for. I know. I'll offset. Set status. That should give me an offset. Yep. There we go. Relay colors. Nope, we want WeChat. Oh, right, WeChat. Yes. Status bar hidden. Status items. Position priority. Status separator off. Color foreground, color background. Oh, there it is right there. Blue. What if we do... There's some key to press right here that I can't remember. It'll actually change this thing. I never can remember though. So, status bar, color background, blue. I can't remember what it is. There's a key that'll toggle through all of the different values, and I can't remember. Cannot remember. Background default colorful. Is it this thing? I could have swore it was it. Well, I do know one way to do this, but I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it the cool way. Status color. Blue, black, brown, cyan, dark gray, default. What's the default? Probably white. Nope. That was it. Well, it's not too bad. That wasn't too bad at all. Yep. Close Fset. IRC free node. Yay, that's much better. Var get status. Yeah, you can do that too. Yeah, I wanted to kind of see the whole thing. There's a really cool command that will toggle. There's a keystroke there you can do in Fset mode that'll like move it around. When I get good at WeChat, I should probably do a whole series on WeChat. WeChat is so great. I like I could get behind IRC or whatever, but for most people who want to use the terminal, WeChat's definitely the way to go. It's just so much easier to use. Buffer clear. I should have an alias for clear on that, but I don't. Is there? Yep, so that's RWX. Yeah. Nice. All right, so now I can like reduce this back down, and we're good to go. Now, I don't need that stuff on all the time. I could probably. I think I can toggle this. status. We don't have a bot, Micro. Yep, we don't have a bot right now. Oh, hey, we don't have our other people there. Did we get raided? Oh, hi guys. Hi guy. Fax. To nmap aggressively into Apple's website. Why would I do that? You get the chance to try out the terminal flavor Terminator. No. I am reading the chat. I don't use Twitch chat. Twitch chat's for noobs. Use IRC. Chat is appearing in IRC. I use IRC. You know. I got nothing against Twitch. I've softened my position on Twitch, which is fine. But if you want an actual chat app that has like the ability to script it and to bot it and not just send a bunch of shitty emojis, look into IRC. You'll be happy you did. So if you want to join us on Freenode. So there's two places you can do. You can go to, and I'm not attacking you guys, you know, I'm just having fun. So if you go to, you can either go to, actually, Vera, have we changed chat.rdbx.gg to the new one? This is, we just changed so you can get into Freenode and go to pound RWX, hashtag RWX. Or you can go to chat.rdbx.gg. Yeah, I know. I've been using the Twitch IRC interface for over a year. Yep. Hey, all you have to do, we don't even need to do that actually. Yeah, so chat.rbx.gg. Actually, we need to change this. So this has rbx.gg. Is that because of my link? I think my link is bad, right? So we just changed that yesterday. We got approved to do hashtag rbx instead of double pound. So for my Twitch friends out there. Yeah, well, this is a good chance for you to give it a shot, and we'll help you through it. Obviously, you know, if you the thing that's really cool about IRC is that you can start slow. You don't have to like jump all the way in. Yep, did it work? Yep, it said did it work right here. And then you can do it that way. I apologize for missing your comments. If you're on YouTube and you're saying something too, I apologize for missing you. But yay, you're in. Now you might, I mean, IRC is a whole different world, right? And I'm even kind of learning it too. You did it already? Wow, you're fast. Yeah, look at that. So if you are new to IRC and you're like really in PogChamp, and you really are uncomfortable with all the many options for IRC to use, it's a big, open, wonderful world. Just go to chat.rbx.gg, and this is very safe. This is completely, your IP will be saved and everything. And then when you start to read about IRC and how to set it up, you might want to try out HexChat or any number of clients. WeChat's the one I'm using. I have a highly customized WeChat on screen right now so that it doesn't have a bunch of extra artifacts. That's what you're seeing right here. Yeah, I'm gonna put bar hide input, and I'm gonna put bar show status again. Put status on here. If you go to join, it will auto kick you from the channel and rejoin. Oh wow, very nice. So, oh yeah, totally. Yeah, you can run IRC from your computer if you want using WeChat. That's one of the reasons to do it. And there's literally tens of thousands, I would say, IRC channels about every topic you could possibly imagine. And these things have been around for a long time, and they're way more well established than Discord. The people that are in them are generally higher quality than Discord. Not always. There's a lot of really great people in Discord too. John Hammond comes to mind. His Discord channel is really, really valuable if you want to get into hacking and stuff, pen testing. So yeah, there's no reason to not have both, right? Because Discord does things that IRC can't do. Frankly, Discord does things that IRC shouldn't do. WEECHAT. Yeah, it's WE. I was just ranting about how WeWork took over that name. which kind of makes me mad. But you know what? I think leaving this status on there. I mean, Vera, would you agree? Leaving this on this status on the screen is gonna help people see what's going on, because I don't. That way they'll see. I'm gonna leave that on the screen. Yippers. So, anyway, where was I? I think it's probably, I'm not even gonna like, those that know. Yeah, as soon as they see IRC and Freenode, that'll be a really good hint. You know what I mean? Oh, are you in WeChat? Wow. Yeah, it's, the WeChat's hard to learn, I won't lie. It's, most of the WeChat is in the doc, there's like the internet doesn't have anything on it. It's like, the only place to learn about WeChat is in WeChat, and in, the most important thing to learn with WeChat is /set enter, and then you can like change all your customizations and stuff. All the Twitch IRC extensions to HexChat. A Twitch add-on for HexChat that adds all the Twitch IRC extensions to HexChat. Interesting. Well, and yes, and I know everybody always reminds me that Twitch is IRC. I know. I was doing it in December last year, before last year. And it was actually one of the reasons I really got into Twitch. I was like, oh my God, they have the intelligence to build this on top of IRC. The problem is that they have their own IRC server, so we still are going to have to still build a bridge, and that means a bot, and I haven't done it yet. I will eventually do it, or Vera doesn't do it, but it's really hard for me to do it, because all I really have to do is go to Twitch every once in a while and say, hey, come over, join us on IRC. It's a lot easier than writing a thing, you know. Yeah. And how's it going? How's it going? Mubashila. How do I say that? Mubashilra. I can't say your name. I'm sorry. I tried. Believe me, I know. I have a hard name too. I do. I've been mentoring people for about 8 years now. Mushi. I'm down from 125 to 25 because I'm focusing on fewer people and doing more stuff online in mass for lots of people, as opposed to like zooming in on things, you know. It's a simple can, so I can start talking from there now. Talking from where? Talking from Twitch? From WeChat. No, you're doing it right now. Aren't you? You just need to join #IRC. Yeah, get on Freenode and then type join space #RWX, and you'll be in. It looks like you already are, unless this is, I don't know, is this coming from WeChat? That might be coming from WeChat, so that might be the reason that's happening. Thanks for the follows. If I ever do make an interface, what I want to do is, oh, he's on the web server? Okay. Yeah, if you're not on the web server, and once you get on WeChat, just do join, yeah, /join space. You'll need to join the Freenode server, for sure. So, and that's a server setup thing. You're a web chat user? Okay. Oh, I missed that part. All right. So, yep. Yippers. It looks like Twitch must have pumped us to somebody, because we had a whole bunch of people come in all of a sudden. Twitch does that. They put you up there and then they... Anyway. Stable WeChat, the quick start. There you go. And the thing that's really cool is that you can do so much amazing scripting of your own. So you can build your own systems and things, and it's kind of valuable. Back to what I was going to do this morning. So yeah, everybody can just chat. No one's distracting me. This is a good day to just chat, conversation. So, but yeah. Yeah. Let me go grab more coffee even. I'll be right back. Okay. What did I say about WeChat? Join space. Yeah. Join space hashtag rwx.gg. You have to be connected to the WeChat server first. And actually, you can, of course, you can change your configuration to log in automatically to that. I should do a video all about that. I really should. We should have Vera do a video. What did I say wrong? You're not going to do a video, or did I tell him how to join wrong? Keeping me honest. I said that. I said join space hashtag RWX. Oh, right. Because I had it wrong. You probably. Okay. Yeah. RWX. Right. Not JetGG. You're absolutely right. Sorry. I forgot about that. Yeah, it still blows my mind that we got hashtag RWX. I did. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. We don't have that. Actually, they did give that to us. I read the email. You want me to read the email? Yeah. He granted, so what's his name? Our Freenode friend. His letter was very nice, by the way. I should pull it up. His email was very, very, very kind. And he said, not only did he say, he gave us rwx.gg and he gave us the rwx domain. Yeah, I probably should. Yeah, I will. I'm going to do that right now. Yeah, let me just forward you this letter. I think you'll appreciate it. It was, I don't know. It just made me happy. Let's see if I can find it. Actually, I need your email, dude. Oh, did you? Wow. Yeah, he just comes across as a really nice guy in his email. Vera, I don't have your email. You're gonna have to dox yourself, I guess. Yeah, it's not on the CC list. Do you want me to not? Okay, here. All right, I'm not gonna dox you. This is another reason I went back to having statuses on, because I want, when people send me private messages, I want to see it, and I haven't been seeing it. Oh, is it? Okay. Give me a second here. I want to get better at multiple rooms, you know what I mean? Oh, it is. Okay. I am so happy we made this move, I gotta tell you. I really am. I'm writing you a note. BVIERRA@gmail.com. Get yourself a frozen milk. Yep. I think I got it right. You can let me know. Little the whole world knows. Live streaming. I think it's probably important I keep the Twitch one up. Oh, we have more comments on the Twitch. Let me take some more Twitch comments. Oops. I know what I'm doing here. More Twitch comments. Let's see here. Mushi. Choice of your career. I'm a data scientist. It is tough and I can't find a job as an associate ML engineer. Oh, that's a tough one. In addition, I'm lacking skills like cloud and deployment. Everybody wants an experience in it. Yeah, I was just going to say, nobody, you know what? I hate to say the hard things, but nobody wants a junior engineer. You know, what are you talking about? No, the server, approach, Vera can probably help you. It's /server space freenode.net, I think. Right. Can you help approach while I answer this question? So everybody wants an experience this is the painful, really painful truth, but it's really important. It's the reality that people that are entering the job market in tech, it's right. It's chat.freenode. It's really important that you accept this reality because it's not going to change. People want to hire senior engineers. They don't like juniors. Now, there are so many exceptions to that rule. I can just hear companies coming out of the woodworks if they hear that saying, that's not true, that's not true. We hire beginners all the time. InfluxDB just contacted me for another intern. Last intern that they hired, they placed for $100,000 as a junior engineer. So there are tons and tons of exceptions to this. The companies that are really woke, that are really, connected, they love beginners, and that includes some of the FANG companies. But there are certain areas where they would rather pilfer a PhD mathematician from an academic institution than to hire a junior. And a lot of those people are machine learning. So a junior machine learning person, I know that people are getting placed because I see them tweet all the time. I see people in the machine learning field, say, hey, I just got a job, blah, 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 and they're getting their jobs. They're getting placed. But, and I don't know, I think it's better than some of the other stuff out of there. But the growth rate in machine learning, I don't think is as high, as fast as some of the other ones. If you go to rwx.gg/jobs, this is about a year old. This data is about a year old now. But this is how fast the jobs are growing. And I don't have machine learning on here anywhere. I think computer research, information research scientists, I think this would be the one that they would do, right? They are great if you are able to have people take the time off their job to train them. Yeah. And the bigger companies do that. They have a full internship thing. Bloomberg has an entire program they put people through. It's IBM does. IBM has a full month of onboarding. Most big companies realize that the people that get out of college or the junior people, they're not even at the beginning. They have the raw material, but they haven't been taught how to work. They've been taught how to meet deadlines, and they've been taught how to study and stuff, but they haven't been taught how to do the work in tech or for their company. So you run into this all the time. I actually had an executive meet one of my people and want to start an internship program just because they wanted to hire that person right away, and ended up meeting with resistance from upper management because they weren't set up to take on interns. Period. They didn't have the manpower. That's the wrong word. They didn't have the HR resources to take on people to train the new interns. And so they even though it was something that the people who were running the company who were doing the work recognized was a valuable thing to hire the beginners, the company wasn't set up to do it. And this is a good company, you'd know it. And you know, but I have to tell you, those kind of companies, I think that they're going to eventually, you know, be pressured by the competition to accept more new people based on the continued drought of really good people. But a lot of those companies are like, you know what, we're totally fine hanging out and waiting to hire a senior engineer. And so they'll wait and they'll hire a 10x engineer for, you know, that's what's meant by 10x, right? I want to hire a 10x great engineer who's worth 10 mediocre engineers, and I can pay less money. So it's sad. I don't know what the answer to that specific problem is, other than I say this all the time: become the absolute best at something. So let's say you're going into ML, like, distinguish yourself within ML by picking one part of it and making sure you are the absolute best at that one thing. Like, so that when you go in and talk in your resume, you're going to interview and stuff like that, you can present yourself with the confidence level and say, hey, I swear you don't have to say it that way, right? But you can go in there with the attitude like, no, on this particular thing, there's nobody better than me. And if you know that on that one thing that you are the very best, even if you might be junior on a bunch of other stuff like cloud or something, you can say, well, this is where I'm going to bring you value. I am the absolute best, and that's what makes you. What is it? There's the law of God, what's it called? It's not employability. It's not scarcity. There's some rule that says that's the key to employment, or to be the absolute best at whatever that one thing is. But when you're first starting out, that means it's kind of a crapshoot, because you've got to. First of all, you're not the best at anything because you haven't had the time, and secondly, when you are the best at one thing, in order to become the best at that one thing, that means you gotta. It's very risky, because you gotta pick a lot of, like, you gotta make a lot of vertical decisions that are scary, because in tech, it's like gambling, right? You're betting on technologies that are going to win all the time. You only have so much money to pay, right? It's just like this whole GameStop stuff, only except for with your mind share. You're like saying, okay, I only have so much energy to dedicate to learning a technology and becoming the absolute best at this one thing. Where am I going to put my chips? Where am I going to put my cognitive chips? Am I from WeChat? I don't know, Fecal. You tell me. I can see you. So you know, you're gambling, but it's you know, it's like investment. It's educated gambling, right? So you have to look at the stats, like I troll the stats all the time. Bureau of Labor Statistics. There are a couple places that stats you should just throw them right out the window. Any stats from LinkedIn and any stats from Stack Overflow or Stack Exchange. Those are two sources of statistics about what you should learn that you should throw out, and just maybe just take it in and just go, this is a bunch of crap that's not based on any science whatsoever. This is based on a bunch of people who answered a web survey, and it has no bearing on reality. Don't make your career decisions based on that. Make your career decisions based on a bunch of indicators that, you know, go look at the job boards like on Indeed or something like that and see what people are actually hiring for. Go to, like, organizations who are not, you know, motivated by any particular outcome. LinkedIn is entirely based on LinkedIn data, and LinkedIn data, everybody knows, isn't accurate. When's the last time you updated your LinkedIn data? I don't even have a LinkedIn anymore. So if you're going to make decisions based on what's the best language to learn and all that stuff based on LinkedIn, you're making it on bad information. If you're making it on Stack Overflow, you're making it based on what a bunch of web developers think is important, and that's bad information. So unless you know that and then go into it that way. My point is, but if you look at something like, you know, the Bureau of Labor Statistics from the government, you know that it's going to be harder because they try to categorize everybody. So, for example, web developer between 2018 and 2019, web developer, I think that was the time span. Web developer shot down. It went down to 13% growth rate. It was hovering up around 21% before. And I think what happened is a whole bunch of web developers suddenly recategorized themselves as full stack software developers, which is fine. So that's the problem with Bureau of Labor Statistics in the U.S. and government data. It's you might not like the government, but the way that they're collecting the data is in your best interest, because they're not motivated by anything but helping people find out how to get a job and how to improve the economy and things like that. But their methods, you just have to understand that they have these boxes, and if you don't fit in one of the boxes, that kind of thing. The systems engineers, right? So, but the one, I mean, so this is just all this data. You can click on this; it'll take you right to these jobs. Reclassed as DevOps, right? Systems engineers and SREs, yeah. The government exploiting people for money, sure, but not nearly as bad as not nearly as bad as the corporate world. Yeah. So this government agency is not going to make money off of this information. Let's just put it that way. All right. The LinkedIn is going to make money off that data, and so is there's just, when you're looking for your data about what to go really, what to gamble on, frankly, to gamble your cognitive chips, you have to make a tough choice. So should I become experienced or pivot? Is there a developer? Well, if you're doing ML, you're probably smart enough you can do whatever you want. So, oh gosh, let me see if I can go back. Uh-oh. So, chat pause, you just scroll. Yeah, I can't get off that one. That's a really important question. We have quite a few people here, so hopefully that answers it for somebody. There is a developer advocate role I really like. A developer advocate is a completely different skill set. It's almost the opposite. Yeah, if you're doing bug bounties on the side, that's one thing, but I would never make a career out of bug bounty. It's that's like putting all your investment in Bitcoin instead of having a diverse investment, across multiple investment, portfolios. Yeah, you can sure. I mean, I know, like Namensek, he's paid $7,000 a month on automation that he's built up himself. Yeah. So if you're going to do that, I think I do believe there's going to be, with bug bounties. Yeah, it's amazing. You should read. There's an interview. I can't remember if Hammond does the interview with him. There's an interview with Namensek, and he talks about he's built an entire cloud of scanning services that he runs himself, that's constantly scanning and finding stuff. And he's if I remember the numbers right, he puts out $7,000 a month, and he still makes tons of money on it. Yeah, before doing NetSec. Yeah, 6 years before, exactly. That's usually the way it goes. So the really high-end bug bounty people, they usually know stuff. Not all. What's that guy from Brazil? He's #1 on HackerOne. He's made millions off of just learning off YouTube videos. The problem is that so many people are trying to sell, dude, I don't even know how to code. Stoic, I hate that dude. I don't hate him, okay? I don't actually hate you, Stoic. It's just, don't try to do the ShamWow thing and play the, I'm a cool hacker, and then say, I don't even know how to code. You can do it too. Watch my YouTube video. That's irresponsible. It's irresponsible. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Yeah, I just don't like it. It's just not. It's not. First of all, it's just fucking mean to tell somebody, look at all the money I made, and you can make it too if you can get less stupid than I was before. It's like basically telling everybody you're so stupid, that's why you're not making money at this. It's like, why do people go for that? Because they have this, it plays on their insecurities. It's like, oh, you know what, I am kind of stupid. I'm going to watch everything you have to say. That's the opposite of my goal. My goal, if I have a goal at all, is to help you find the confidence to do what you want to do and find your own, your own value in your own way. And then, because that's what it's about. It's not about fostering FUD to get you to watch my videos and click on my ads and buy my merch. That's just bullshit. I hate it. It's all over on YouTube, by the way. YouTube's full of that shit. Right. Look, if you look, the reason that I'm hesitant with the bug bounty thing is because I was enraptured with it as well. I could definitely do it. If I didn't, I just don't like it because I have to. Bug bounty is you have to learn old tech and take advantage of it. And I would rather be building up new things, including cybersecurity applications and stuff like that. So, yeah, in 20 year professional experience, I've made sure that yeah, a lot easier. Yeah. Are we robots for the channel at that point? Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I think if you want to make the big bucks in bug bounty, you're definitely going to have to automate. And what's the reason that I'm leery about recommending bug bounty? Look, you will learn a ton of things if you learn bug bounty. If you're not just be a script kiddie and you're not just running what people tell you to run. If you actually write code and automate things, you're going to learn things that are going to get you a job in all kinds of different ways. This is an SRE or as a DevOps person or as a SecOps, DevSecOps. So those are all really great things. Oh, are you really? Oh man. Yeah. At the beginning of the year, I don't know if you knew, but when I started streaming, I started streaming my OSCP, preparation. Yeah. You can go back and watch the VODs on that on YouTube. I was like really, I was really looking forward to getting the OSCP and I still probably will do it at some point, but I redirected a little bit because I was like, yeah, Vera, is that when you found me? Yeah. And I have nothing. Look, I could do the OSCP. That's the more I got into the OSCP, the more I started. The first time I was going through the OSCP prep and I had to like learn PowerShell and PHP and vulnerabilities and stuff. I was like, ugh, I feel dirty. Because it's just tech I didn't want to deal with. And that's the first time that I got a real good reality check. If you're going to be in pen testing in particular, you're going to be dealing with shitty code all the time because your job is to take advantage of it. And I just don't know if I have the tolerance for being around crappy code all the time like that. It just drives me nuts. Yeah, 20 years. DNS server and location. Yeah. If you're around it all the time, it's made OSCP so much easier, right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure I could do it. I wrote automation, audit compliance automation for IBM. Mostly in Perl, actually. Vera says he runs one of the largest clusters for machine learning. Yay. Springboard machine learning versus data science. Ooh, yes. That's a great read. Let's go put that in the links list. This needs to go on my list. I'm going to make a plugin that saves it to my knowledge base, or my knowledge node, because I have so much to read. I have an IBM 5150. Did you see all of our stuff the other day on the monitors yesterday? Yeah, QMacro is in here showing off all his old school terminals. That's kind of fun. Let's see. Figure out what you want to do. Yeah, that's really the problem. Except the expert part of ML, right? ML changes almost weekly. Yes, it does. Yes. How's it going, Shadow Trade? Okay, why is it then? I don't know how to type, and here I am. Well, welcome. Yep, it's the same old. I'm gonna hack on a few things, not actually hack. When I mean hack, I mean work on something. I'm gonna go get more coffee and a little snack, and I'll be right back. Eat a squid. Oh god. Get to the fridge. Yeah, believe me, Vera, you and I both. I know, we share that level of laziness. You mentioned developer advocate was a different role. Yes. So, if you're here and you haven't met QMacro, So there's a regular member of our community named Q Macro. Anytime, if you watch the channel, when he's around, please make sure you ask him the question about developer advocate. Yeah, he is a developer advocate for SAP, and SAP is a company that I might not be interested in working for, but he can. And I know a lot of other developer advocates. Developer advocates are very ENPF kind of people. They're the kind of people who are doing basically what I'm doing. They love to talk. They love to do tech. They get their hands dirty in tech, but they also like interacting with people a lot. Yeah. And then you have like full blown pure engineers who don't want anything to do with people, who despise people, would rather just be working on a machine. And yeah, I've met a lot of them. And you know, you might have fun with this. You know what? We did this as a joke on Christmas Eve, and it was actually really fun. I don't know if I would put any credence into it, but it certainly does help you kind of understand what kind of things you want to do. And people are going to yell at me. It's called 16 personalities, and I have nothing to do with them. So I took this thing as kind of a joke. The Myers-Briggs test that this is based on has been widely debunked as not having any real relevance. This is more about, are you a Gryffindor, or are you a Slytherin? It's kind of that level of science, but it is sort of a fun activity and kind of finding out what it is that you naturally gravitate towards. It doesn't mean you have to be that all the time, but it does kind of give you a handle on what your personality type is. You already know who you are, but it's fun. So it helps you understand how you accomplish things. And it's pseudoscience for sure, but I do think it does kind of give you an insight. It says you're a diplomat. Yeah. I'm a diplomat too. So that's why. So it's funny because when I took this test as a kid, I took this test when I was 20 something, and I was an INTJ. And over the years, after my divorce, I don't know what changed, but this is a more accurate assessment of my. So I actually asked one of the persons administering the test if I could actually change my type, and they said, "Oh no, this is just who you are." And I was like, "That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit. You can totally change how you. There's natural preferences that you have that are probably going to be the same, but there can be significant things that can happen in your life that can actually change your preferences, I believe. Otherwise, I mean, psychology would be a hard science, and it's not. It's kind of like fluid. And so yeah, I actually tipped the scales toward the extrovert. And then when I look back, I'm like, no, I've really always been extroverted. I mean, let's come on. It takes a particular type of person to want to do live streaming. And to organize. And speaking of which, I came on here this morning. I'm going to start doing this again. I'm going to go start organizing our domains that we've been using here, and social engagement, strategies for social engagement. I mean, so develop there. The point I'm trying to make is, and it's interesting you asked this question, because I am also seeking the next role that I take on. I've always worked in roles. Well, no, that's not true. When I was at Nike, I was in a social engagement role, when I think about it, because I was actively advocating to use our intranet that I'd built. I'd built the thing, and then I went around helping people to understand why they wanted to use it. And so I was actually being, you know what? God damn. I just had an insight here. This is why I stream, because it's just as valuable for me as anyone else. I'm having an insight here that I'm going to log because this is valuable to me. So, discussing the developer advocate role. With some people on the stream. I reflected on my time at Nike, where I spent at least half my time advocating to use SwooshNet, the intranet web portal, I'd have built after having built it. I don't think I ever really identified that title in the role. Yeah. Was a developer advocate. The major role I'm actually looking for. Next in a full-time job. What are you doing up at 2:16 a.m.? Yeah, it's yeah. Well, I do lately. My timetable's been much more consistent than it used to be. You know, the difference between... Well, I should put that in a log. I can't even code. I can't even... Do what you can do. Do what you can pull off, you know? I think the reason I missed this before... is because I build and maintain stuff as well as advocate for using it. There are a bunch of roles that are mangled together, so it's hard to pick one. Yeah. You're making a parody of these videos? Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, right. I can't, yeah. A bunch of roles that are angled together, so it's hard to pick one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that thought had really sunk in to me before. Look, I'm just like the rest of you. I'm constantly reevaluating what is it I want to do with my life, and where do I want to be? What kind of difference do I want to make? And every once in a while, you come up with some interesting realizations just by just thinking about it, and bouncing ideas off other people. You're good at architecting and POCing an app. I have to write a product version. I started wanting to redo everything. Yeah, me too. I'm always redoing everything. That's a hard part of my thing. I was wanting to sell people websites, then pen testing, and then bug bounties. I see, but you're still parroting people, right? Is what I truly enjoy. And it's important to do what you want to enjoy. Are you parroting, or are you... I wrote this 10K bash script library. Yes. Really? Well, there you go. I mean, if you... I can't... Sarcasm doesn't come across the chat, just so you know. Ready on go. Yeah. Yep. Yep, that's the way to do it. I mean, I've always said the reason I like coding and stuff is because coding gets me to someplace I want to be. It's not the coding I want to do. I enjoy it. But I enjoy the results of the coding more than the coding. Coding and creating infrastructure more than the act of creating them. In fact, it sort of annoys me. I just want to see the vision done and usable in my hands. coding and ops are essential tasks in the critical path to getting these things. It's true. If I talked about the other day, I wish I could. The fun thing is that the results help you code other results. This is true too. Yeah. The perfect version of it the program could be. I do like. I am. I don't know if I would go so far as to say that. I'm not that much into it. I do care about quality, but the reason that I'm okay with picking Bash over Go for a while, like you said, is because I want the thing to work. And if it works within a certain set of parameters until those parameters are breached, I don't want to redo the thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, I do. And this is why I find myself loving Bash so much. Bash and Perl, frankly. But there are limitations, right? Is this public diary on GitHub? Yeah. This is all under my github.com/rwx. If you go here, you can follow my GitHub and do that. I'm going to be moving off GitHub though. Yeah, there's a bombshell, huh? No, I'll be on GitHub still, but I don't know if I'm ready to I don't know if I'm ready to reveal this most recent decision, but it's pretty clear. I wrote about it in my log if you want to get the spoiler. Well, no. Yeah, okay. You know what's way better than GitHub and GitLab? I could not believe how much better. You know what? You're gonna make me write. Let me get coffee and I'll send you a topic and we'll talk about it. Yeah, let's do this. I'm gonna throw it out there because I want you guys to think about it 4chan. I'm getting cold. And there are 2 mugs streaming in the back. I know. They're not, I can't grab them. Can't grab them. So, how do I say this? It's getting pretty damn cold in here. So, let me just show you what I'm gonna do. And I've all but decided to do this. Obviously, I still have to have a GitHub account. You have to have a GitHub account these days. Am I going to put my main knowledge base there? I don't know. Maybe. I'm still debating that. I mean, there's a number of really strong advantages to doing that. One of them is that it has an RSS feed automatically, so that anytime you make a change, it shows up there. And that's one of the evaluation criteria I want to make for... Actually, let me put the topic up here. Yeah. So I don't know, guys. I still haven't made a decision here, but I'm kind of throwing it out there. What could possibly be better than GitHub or GitLab? I wonder if anybody can guess. It might be fun. Let me just set the topic here. Can anybody guess? Did you already guess it? All right. Well, yeah. Yep. Gitea. And let me show you why. So, yeah, I don't think it's wrong. Not for the goals that I have. So, there's only one space, one reason to not use this for me that's substantial, and that is the RSS feed of my ongoing knowledge base, so if people want to follow me. And so if Gitea has RSS, searching of code is much worse. Yeah, but I'm not into searching code. That's not what I want it for. So, what I want it for, I'm not doing it for discoverability. I'm doing it because I want control of the thing, and I want to be able to. So there's a number of reasons that I'm really, really attracted to this. First of all, I should probably say that the entire reason that I thought about this is because I was recently denied educator discounts for all of my repos, because I don't qualify as an educator, even though I've been teaching people for 8 fucking years. GitHub decided to send me a nice, and they said, "Have an octastic day," with a little tear and a frowny face. "You don't qualify as an educator." Seriously, I was like so angry. I just wanted to spit. I was so angry, and I pulled back. That's the issue. Yeah, that's the issue that set me off. I'm like, how dare you? I've been getting people jobs way longer than you've been anything. They say, well, you don't have a proper document that shows that you're an actual school, and you don't have this and this. And then I'm like thinking to myself, okay, but I've placed people in $100,000, jobs, and I have companies thanking me on my webpage that I gave you a screenshot of for they literally said, this is the exact words from a company that hired one of my people for $100,000, and they said the exact words were, clearly, I didn't even solicit this, and they said, you have a talent for educating people in tech, and you remember success here. I suspect the review team will be more than interested in picking up 1 or 2 of your students. And last week, they just asked for another intern. And we've had a lot of very big interns for some of the top universities in the country. And your community manager, who was here for 2 years and paid less than $4,000 total, was right in the mix of them and got hired for $100,000. So when I see that, and then I have a GitHub, all of a sudden, the tax write-off, yeah. So and that's not, I'm not mad at the government. I'm mad at the system. And part of that system is GitHub. They've decided to be a part of the system. Look, GitHub, there's a lot of really positive things that I've said about GitHub. I made a whole video about how awesome they are and how they promote open source more than others and everything. But you know who really promotes open source? Gitea. Gitea is right. So I understand that the government is putting these constraints on everybody and stuff like that, but I don't have to play that game. Nope. I don't have to play that game, and neither do the people that I prepare. Look, you can make your own decisions. I'm still going to have a GitHub account, obviously, because I want to participate in GitHub, and the GitHub command line is nice. But the more I keep looking at it, the more I'm like, you can't escape the GitHub. You can't escape GitHub. It's like trying to say you can't use Amazon today. You know, you're going to use it anyway, even if you choose not to use it, because it's hosting everything and you're using it. But I can make a choice. I can make a choice. You'll never see it used in a corporation. I don't give a shit about it being used. Bullcrap. I absolutely know Gitea is being used in a corporation. I absolutely know. I absolutely know that. Yeah. You know what? You would look, Vera. You're old enough to know that there's a long time people would have said that exact same thing about Linux. Oh, you're never going to see Linux used in a corporation. People were almost fired for using Linux in a corporation. I had to beg them to let me use Apache, and they said, nope, sorry, it's too risky. We can't do that. And then a year later, they came into me and said, hey, Apache's awesome. Can we use this? I said, yeah. No, it's true. I lived through it. Used to be fired for using IRC or any form of chat. There was a time when even email was not considered mainstream. So you cannot use the argument it's not being used by corporations now. Because every single time I was learning the internet and teaching it when nobody even knew it existed, and Novell were perfect, said to my face, we don't want to be on the internet. That's just a bunch of military and educators. So I'm not gonna. I've never been a person to say, well, they're not going to use it, therefore don't use it. Back then it was like that, right? It's being used by yeah. Well, okay, so let me just tell you the thing. The first time I heard about Gitea was about a year and a half ago. One of my members, who's now a DevOps person for a company at 18, who built his own Kubernetes cluster. He was a big Docker Swarm fan, and he got himself a job doing DevOps kinds of things really young because of this. And another story I would love to tell someday, but he was like. His whole entire young career has been dedicated to creating a turnkey solution for corporations that doesn't have a scrap of open source in it. I mean, a scrap of proprietary in it. And so he actually created kind of a suite that included, the PHP thing. What is it? Your Cloud, and he's the one who told me about Gitea back then. So from personal use, approach soft, right? It's so much better than VirtualBox. Never use VirtualBox. Yeah, VMware is better, but VirtualBox is fine. Now teaching Git is great. Yeah, everybody, it's fine. Everybody's fine. So back then, he showed me Gitea, and I was like, ooh. And I had already fully evaluated GitLab at the time. And GitLab was disastrously slow. And I've read this over and over again from other people. When they underestimate how many resources running Postgres and all the stuff to do a full-blown GitLab install is going to be. And so when he showed me Gitea back then, I was like, ooh, this is intriguing. And it wasn't nearly as polished as it is now. I mean, it wasn't even close to being as polished as it is now. And so, I mean, look, this thing is so freaking snappy compared to GitLab. It's crazy how snappy it is. And it has everything GitLab has. I mean, GitHub has to offer. It has these wikis. I mean, it's pretty much a clone of GitHub, frankly. It has release tags. It has activity. It fulfills all the things like you want to do Go hosting. The entire thing is written in Go. I think it was rewritten in Go. I don't think it was originally in Go. It's a self-hosted Docker. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be a self-hosted Docker. No, you can get your own. Dealing with the file system. I don't know about that. So we're going to go look at it. I still think here's the biggest reason for me to even consider Gitea for most of my hosting is because Gitea is something I can change. Any Git is the same with it, right? So, yeah, just using Git by itself is totally fine as well. In fact, I've considered that as like just making Git repos that don't have anything to do when you have hundreds of gigabytes of Git repos in a file system, right? Right. Well, it depends on how many you're going to have. See, I would never do that. See, I think I know it's coming to the issue. Yeah, but say that's not my approach. My approach is to have different Gitea instances for a particular organization, and then have. So I'm not planning to do a full-blown scalable Gitea singular deployment, and I don't think that is the model that I would recommend other people follow. I think Gitea, the really good thing about Gitea is you can deploy individual instances that have smaller scale. So I was looking at doing like an rdbx.gg Gitea instance, and then its projects and organizations would fall under it. Then you have, so you would break up. You would never get to that level. Yeah, with accounts, so that instead of GitHub user was always stupid, we give every member their own subdomain as a part of it. Yes. Yeah. You don't like that part. I took it off of, obviously the next step would be a full subdomain of all the users. Well, that's a different thing. So that's a different thing. This is one of the things, somebody didn't want to bring it up because I haven't, there's a couple of ways this could go. And one of the ways is we have a Gitea for we could have a Gitea for each. Let's just put it this way. Whenever possible, I want to default to decentralized. Does that make sense? So in rdbx.gg, we would be figuring out a way for people to have their own containers, or to have their own thing. /GitHub would be nicer to me, right? Or .GitHub, and that's what we're gonna have. So, so yeah, I agree with you, Vera. I don't think Gitea is ready to scale to the level of GitHub. No way. It would run out of file systems and all kinds of stuff, and that yeah. I mean, that would be just not good, right? I'm giving out GitHub repos subdomains. Getting out Git subdomains. Well, I have thought of that. Well, you can't, in GitHub you can't give them subdomains, I don't think. Can you? Right, and all that. DCMA registration. I don't know about that. Not Git. I don't know. Bad at all though. Yeah. GitHub is fine. They did me wrong, but more importantly, I'm glad they did me wrong, because that's really not the issue. That is not the issue. That was the trigger. The trigger got me thinking, why am I supporting proprietary software when there's a perfectly good open source alternative? And one of the things that was really hard for me to swallow leaving GitLab and going back to GitHub was the fact that I was buying into a whole proprietary ecosystem all over again. And I wasn't supporting open source, and I believe in open source. And Gitea, actually, I want to support Gitea. I want to see them succeed, and I can actually make contributions to the Gitea project. Can't do that with GitHub. Could do it with GitLab, but GitLab, after you look at the internals of GitLab, now I'm like looking at the Postgres dependency and the Ruby dependencies and stuff. I'm like, there's so much technical debt in the GitLab code base that I'm like, no, just no. The whole thing needs to be scrapped, and Gitea is got a really solid foundation built on Go. So I'm like, it needs to be open source. Well, first of all, Vera, the whole thing about having users on the system is a totally tertiary thing. It's not even secondary. I'm not even interested in having users on the system at all for rdbx.gg. When we start talking about having users, that opens a ton of legal implications. I am totally with you on that. No, and that was just a tiny little comment. I was like, well, hey, we could do this maybe someday. You know what I mean? But the most that I would do with that would be, because here's the problem with that. As soon as I give out a subdomain, what are the legal implications for the owner of the domain? So somebody puts porn or red room stuff up on rwx.gg. What do I have? Yeah, GitHub does a lot of things that are really bad. And one of the whole master main thing, just come on, really? But the thing, look, all of those things are annoying, and I can disagree with them. They're not a grounds for technical dismissal, but what they are is they're triggers that remind me that I don't have control. I don't have control of anything on GitHub. Once again, it's a free service where I'm the product, and that it's a great service. It's a great service. But what kind of world do I want to live in? Do I want to live in a world that is totally centralized on a Microsoft-hosted GitHub client that everybody decides what's going to be happening and who gets to say things and who gets turned off and who gets to stay on and all of that? Or do I want to be the master of my own destiny, and do I want to promote that in others? And at the end of the day, so, okay, yes, software companies are in it for their own interest, but my point is this. I am an individual. I'm a free agent. I can make decisions. And one of those decisions is I can do my own thing. I don't have to, yes, it's more work. I get it. But I don't have to buy into the ecosystem. And it's not just to be contrarian or different or anything like that. There is a really, really great project that needs my help. And I have not permanently made this decision yet. But I tell you what, I am seriously considering moving all of my code over here. And I have a choice. I am creating open source software myself. I'm creating open source initiatives. I'm creating open initiatives. I can choose to host my stuff on the most open platform available at that scale. The idea of using Git with GitHub is kind of contradictory if you think about it. Think about that for a second. Git was created by Linus Torvalds to decentralize everything, so there was no one authority and power, and it was fully distributed and fully backed up and everything else. And GitHub circumvented that entire motivation completely because it provided what was needed, the collaboration element, right? It provided all that collaboration, and centralized systems are great for collaboration, obviously. You could argue that Freenode is a centralized system. That's what we're using right now, right? So could it make a lot move? I don't know. Work harder, live freer, and look, I have not made this decision entirely yet, but it's been really fun to have all of my old feelings woken up inside, and I don't mean to say woke, that's kind of a pejorative term these days, but I was a real staunch open source advocate in the 90s, and as I've aged, that has been sort of the edges of my I use GitHub. He doesn't use GitHub. Not as his primary repo. He mirrors to GitHub. And that's actually Gitea even does that. What's a really fun thread? Go read the thread on Gitea. They have thousands and thousands of open issues on Gitea on GitHub. There's one of the best threads there of all is them discussing the move off of Gitea. So they have Gitea is hosting Gitea. And it's actually really fun. It talks about how they moved off. How they made the move. Usually centralize one main repo and a few decision makers, whether GitHub or not. Right. But I think that's good. I think you're hitting on the point. It's not that centralization is bad. It's, obviously a project has some sense of centralization or it can't function, right? This channel, this community wouldn't work if there weren't some sense of centralization, as as a hub for the activity, and that's where GitHub comes from. And I get it, but I don't think, take care, approach if you're taking off. Whether GitHub or not, yeah, making another brew now with Gitea. Yeah, uh, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I look. I knew. That's why I went. If you back up the video, you'll see that I was really hesitant to even bring this topic up right now because it's been just gnawing away in my head since I saw it last night, and I'm like, the more I look at it, it's in my log. I wrote about this. The more I think about it, the more I don't have a strong opinion yet on this. All right. So I'm still baking this opinion. I'm still researching all the possibilities and like, are we a participant here or not? Do we mirror? Do we do all of that? You know what I mean? It really is. If you like it, do it. I'll tell you what I already love. I just absolutely love how clean the interface is. I mean, the interface is the cleanest interface I've ever seen in a Git hosting service. I immediately want to use it. Look at how snappy it is. I mean, there's not a drop of lag anywhere in this, in using this thing, and it really wants to makes me see what's going on behind the behind the scenes. So the reason that I'm intrigued by this, there's a few reasons, but I absolutely love that this is 100% drop-in replacement for GitHub. For anybody that's 100% open source, that's MIT open source even, which is like really, really loosey-goosey. He doesn't use PRs. Yeah. Yeah. No, Linux does not. No, it doesn't. He doesn't. Well, fine. You can't say that Linus Torvalds is okay with using GitHub as his primary source for his code base. I don't agree with that. I don't think that would be a fair conclusion. He would. I mean, he may not even know about Gitea. Gitea is a really new. I mean, I don't think people realize how baked Gitea is right now. I mean, this is so much better than it was, and you should see the momentum behind this project. Oh my God! From the tickets and everything I was looking at, I was like, and their swag and everything, I was like, holy cow! I was like getting all the fun open source project vibes again. I was like, this is a project I want to participate in, and I never had that feeling with GitLab. I did actually. No, that's not fair. When GitLab's GraphQL API sucked, and it totally sucks, and I was like, I need to go in there and start helping them do that. And then I started looking at the internals, and I'm like, oh my God. The internals of GitLab are absolute shit. It's got Ruby in there. It's got just all kinds of crap. At the Vue that they're using, I like Vue, but the Vue they're using on their front end is just so slow. And I really hate this because I was really behind GitLab as a company, and now I'm just comparing it to Gitea, and even the GitHub stuff. I've completely and totally fallen out of love with GitLab. That's really hard for me to say. Yeah, GitHub's code. Well, GitHub has changed their code base, but they had. See, at the beginning of the year, I would have said that GitHub had the larger technical debt on the back end, and that they were not using containers at all. That's one thing I really want to find out about Gitea. This is why I'm still haven't baked this opinion yet. I want to see if Gitea is using containers for separate hosting. Do you know that, Vera? Have you tested that yet? Have they containerized the repos so they're all separate from each other? Or is it just all hosted on the same instance? They are containers? They're not containers, right? I mean, that's one of the big. You can you can run your own Docker image of Gitea, but my point is, are the repos that are hosted there also containers? Hosted in containers. I think that's one of the things that GitLab's claim to fame is that they host in a container. One of the things that always made me uncomfortable about GitHub is that there was no file system separation between behind the scenes. I don't know all the details, but at one point behind the scenes, people were writing that there was file system sharing going on between projects, and people were scared about that. It's just like you wouldn't want to put two database tables for two customers in the same schema. That's like a really bad architectural decision. That's like seriously bad architectural decision. And I mean, even if they have nothing to do with each other and they're separate tables, or even separate databases in the same schema, you don't want those anywhere near each other. In fact, there's some legal requirements that they be in separate physical databases on separate physical hosts, because you don't want any software leakage between the two. And so when I found out that GitHub had, this is a long time ago, it was like 3 years ago, but GitHub, there was a thing about how GitHub had no back-end file system separation between the repos. So the implication there is if something goes wrong, it could actually affect multiple repos on the same hard drive. And when GitLab came to town, they're like, no, everything here is a container, and it's all separated. It all has and so you trade efficiencies by making everything a container. So if Gitea doesn't have that, which I suspect it's not going to have that, I don't know that, but I suspect Gitea, they also have custom file systems. Okay. So I suspect Gitea is using the same file system for everything that it's hosting, just as a matter for performance. But I think you were just saying is like, you may already discovered that they're going to hit file system limitations, right? Because at some point you're going to have 10,000, 100,000. The file system, actually, oh wow, do you really? Well, I don't know how much you can talk about with that. The enterprise gives you access to that, don't they? Don't they? Does GitHub Enterprise give you access to their source? They do, right? To review the source? Yeah, I read about that somewhere. That's interesting. It makes me want to, actually, no, it doesn't. God damn. Well, think about the legal implications of that. Let's talk about that for a second. I'm going to change the topic a little bit here. What are the legal implications of working on Gitea and having GitHub Enterprise source access? Legal legality and having GitHub Enterprise. So I want to talk about this for a second. This is a big question. This beginners will not understand why I care about this, because they may not have been in an enterprise that deals with legality a lot. So let's talk about that for a second. Let's see, the direct access to the developer. So let me just net this out. Vera brought up the point. He has GitHub access to the code. We were talking about, we were reviewing Gitea as a possible alternative to GitHub and GitLab, and supporting open source in the process. You can read about that or watch about it. I'm going to go back to that later. But in the process, he reminded me that of something I read earlier about GitHub giving you actually access to source code if you have enterprise. And so then the question comes up, if you're an open source person and you're working on a project like Gitea, which is a direct competitor to GitHub, and you can see all the GitHub source code, what's the legal implications of you being tainted? And anybody in an enterprise who's had to deal with, like, work for IBM, you know what tainted means, right? You have seen enterprise source code. And at that point, you are now a liability in some sense, because if you're working on another project, they can come after you and say, well, you used our IP because you saw the source code of our enterprise application, which is highly proprietary, and you happen to add this other thing that's just very similar to the Gitea project, which is MIT license, and you basically just gave our IP away to the open source world. That's a big deal. I mean, that's a big deal. And if you're not aware of how you might, as a developer, might be tainting yourself by working on open source projects that are ironically right in the vein of the thing you might end up wanting a job in, then you have to be careful with that, or you got to work for a company that's really open source happy and friendly, because they will burn you. They will burn you. IBM will come after you with a stick and beat you to death because you're literally giving away their IP. You have to certify you created the code on your own. Yeah. I suspect that if you were on that project, that the company hiring you and giving you GitHub Enterprise access, if their legal team had full knowledge of your participation in both of those projects. Now, having a casual acquaintance with Gitea, but if you're like an active contributor to the Gitea project, and you also have that, if I was the legal team of the company paying your salary, I would be very concerned with that. So yeah, yeah. Let's see, information technology. GitHub source code was linked on GitHub last night, sort of. Yeah, I've seen that before. I remember that one. I read that one. It was a while ago, right? Yeah. I remember reading that. I'm like, meh. Well, I guess goes without saying. It's even more. I mean, there's codes. You're gonna get the code if you want the code these days. I mean, let's just be real. I fixed the vendor's installer scripts because it was so bad and I wasn't allowed to submit patches back to the vendor. Oh my god. Really? Yeah. Well, that sounds about right. And so I'm going to change the topic back to discussing Gitea and why. Yeah, first don't get me started. I'm still trying to get hired here. Somebody's going to see me and they're going to like, you're slamming every single company that we're having crappy. So I could just go on and on. I mean, I worked at IBM on several, Fortune 100, Fortune 500 accounts. And God, the stuff I could disclose would just curl your fucking toes. I mean, it's just so scary. The stuff that's in production. I mean, people are afraid of like terrorist attacks and stuff, and they should be. So, but the thing you should really be afraid of is the complete ineptitude that's in our corporate systems, starting with this huge cloud hack that just happened that you saw, right? That's just because somebody set their password to password 123. I mean, it's that level of ineptitude, but you run into it all the time in the enterprise. It's one of the reasons that I'm lamenting going back to working in a corporate environment in some sense, because not only I would end up probably being a developer advocate, so now I'd have to be able to say, oh yeah, use our product, we're awesome, we have great developers, look at how great our product is, and meanwhile I know that it's absolute shit under the hood, and there's no way I could do that. I just can't lie like that. I can lie. I'm a pretty good liar if I want to be. But that's one thing I would just like, no, I would just, no. It's Gitea, only one T. There's only one T there. Yep. And so, your pastors, yeah. So yeah, here the CS. It traditionally was, yeah. If your review product's good. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't do that. I have no problem. Like for example, I've considered digital. Actually, it reminds me I need to update something here. I'm going to change the topic. I'm going to change this topic a lot, so get used to it. Companies I most want to work for. I don't like the dangling preposition there. What should we do? Companies I really love. So I started a new note thing, and I mean, we're talking about companies I really love that I don't have even a slight bit of reservation working for. Maybe because I'm naive, But so I started a list of these under my notes actually, and companies, and it's a very short list right now. So there's one I forgot that I just thought of. No, God, no. Why would you say Apple? The one I just thought of is InfluxDB, which is an amazing company, and they're probably not after me. Should we say dreadful companies I would never work for that are, please don't kill me. I know, like I tried to stay positive I'm doing good on my code of conduct. I did. Normally, I mean, you God knows I slam on companies that I don't want to work for, that I dislike, right? But um, but yeah, InfluxDB is a pretty damn good company. The people there that I've been talking with, um, yeah, let's see, be nice, Farrah. Both of you be nice. Yeah. Uh, he's fine. He's just being snarky like everybody else. So just in a different way. He didn't really do anything wrong in my eyes. InfluxDB is an open source time series database developed by Influx Data. Influx Data is the name of the company. It is written in Go and optimized for fast, highly effective. Yep. So this is one that I would work for. That's actually Influx Data is the company. I should probably put a link there. I mean, Apple's a tough one. I have an iPad right here. You know, if you're just judging something by the product, that's different, right? So now I can't put Amazon on this list. I would work at Amazon, but it is not one of the companies I would consider great, because they just constantly violate basic ethics. But ad hoc, I'd work for them any day. They are you know, legitimately providing value by providing insurance and making it easier for people to get insurance in America. Said it was so bad he lasted less than 6 months. Oh, he did. And exec where? Oh, at Influx? Working at BugCrowd. BugCrowd might be fun. At Amazon? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I could. I don't know. I don't know Amazon. So, but there are a lot of like edgy, fun HashiCorp. God, I just don't feel like I'm worthy to work at HashiCorp. HashiCorp, I would be a developer advocate like that. That's if I could. You know what? That's a job I would really like. Meetings with Bezos. Did he really? Yeah. Yeah, I could work at HashiCorp like in a heartbeat as a developer advocate. I don't think I can. Honestly, I don't think I have the engineering chops to work at HashiCorp. I mean, HashiCorp gives me, when I look at HashiCorp technology and the stuff that they've developed and everything, and I start looking at their internals, I keep asking myself. I mean, you know, everybody fights with imposter syndrome, and I'm a pretty good engineer and developer, but when I look at HashiCorp's internals, I'm like, I have full-blown imposter syndrome, because the people that are coding this stuff at HashiCorp are amazing. I mean, amazing. Like, they're like 10x as engineers of the 10x engineers, and some let's see, some great software. I don't know. I haven't seen their badly designed software. I've only seen some of the software. Like, for example, I saw their. I mean, they're one of the very first companies to write, gRPC over standard input and output. I don't know. I really like some of this. Now, there's stuff that they've made that has become somewhat irrelevant because other things are like, they have a competitive product to Kubernetes, you know, and they were only added to the Cloud Native Foundation like last year. Terraform, I think you can't throw Terraform under the bus. Terraform is fantastic, man. For its target user base, you're probably not that. you're probably not in the target user base for Terraform. I don't know about that. I don't know about if I agree with that one. It's Gitea isn't a company. I don't think Gitea is a company. If Gitea was a company, I'd be there. I'd be applying tomorrow. No kidding. I seriously, is it a company? Don't you dare play with me. Don't play with me, because I would apply tomorrow for this company if it were. This is an open source project. So, but you know what? You raise a good point though. What companies are paying for Gitea development? Yeah. Any company paying for full-time employment working on open source projects like the following. I'm glad you mentioned that though. So, okay, so any company paying for Gitea, any company paying for development on Pagan, on Keg. Yeah, hey Ben, just Ben. Yeah, I like that, Vera, right. And run it on any cloud. Yeah, I believe, Vera, I think it was a high, first time I saw Terraform, I was like, really? Because it's like, you really need a graphic thing on that. You know, it's kind of like, yeah, before it's GitHub or Microsoft. Microsoft is actually paying a lot of open source developers right now. And I know that they own GitHub. And the thing that's really funny I'm finding about Microsoft recently is there's almost a split within the company. And not a split, it's more of a fracturing, a sharding of the company. Because there's people in Microsoft, yeah, I know. There's people at Microsoft who, they bought it for $7.8 billion, like, how many, 5 years ago. There's people within Microsoft who don't code a line of proprietary software their entire day. There's one Go programmer who has proudly said, I have never coded anything but Go for Microsoft. And so Microsoft has the resources to hire, and there's like kernel developers for Linux on the payroll at Microsoft, committing to the kernel code. So, you know, it's a weird organization because it depends on what part of the organization you're in. And in that sense, I think it is not dissimilar from IBM. IBM has got military grade contracts, you know, developing things that are horrendous and unethical. And then they also have a bunch of things that's just such a big company that you can't throw the whole company under the bus for doing bad things. You could almost say that for Google, except for they're still getting 95% of their revenue from privacy violations. So, you know, Amazon, you can kind of say the same thing about that. I thought we were being paid for Pagan. We're not getting paid. I don't think so. Maybe someday. Ever since the latest Seiko took over this channel. Yeah. Well, yeah, Satya is really the difference. And, of course, he came from the cloud world, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I know. We're not getting paid. No matter my... Postgres SQL, if I was going to work on that, you know, that's not how you spell it. How do they spell it these days? Postgres is a fantastic open source project. It's a great project too. And so I don't know. I want to put IBM in this list, but I can't because people were wondering. I might put something like that. I'm gonna put. But what about? A lot of good Jose companies didn't make the list simply because they have parts of them that are simply impossible to ignore. That's all I'm trying to say here, people. Trying to think of another good one. Microsoft does not own AT&T. No, they do not. Silly. They do not. No, yeah. So the short list of companies that I would work for. I'll tell you what my top companies are. I'm actually gonna put numbers here. I freaking love DigitalOcean. I cannot say enough good things about that company. I have never once had anything negative to say about DigitalOcean.
Even when everybody else was saying they were slamming DigitalOcean for shutting down droplets, their containers, shutting down containers that were responsible for denial of service attacks. And DigitalOcean very draconianly comes in and says, no, you can't do that anymore. They turn it off, and then they tell you about it, and then they don't ask you about it. And they got really beat up by a lot of people, particularly from the Linode community, who said, hey, that's not how we operate. We don't do that. I'm actually glad they did that. I think that is the right thing to do. DigitalOcean is one of the only companies that I've ever known that pays independent bloggers and documentation writers for bounties and money for their contributions. It's just absolutely amazing. They have a fantastic work ethic. Some of the best Go developers, like the creator of Cobra and Hugo, Steve Francia, he originally was there for a while. They're the developers cloud, so they don't particularly complain about not being Amazon. They're like, no, we have our own niche and we like our niche. They regularly sponsor open source projects for free. They host their stuff on their services. They have a much better bandwidth policy than Amazon. It's insane. Their bandwidth is shared across things, so it's a lot cheaper to do bandwidth on DigitalOcean. They are not paying me to say any of this. At some point, I might put an affiliate link. So if you wanted to give me, if you sign up for them, you can give me a link. And if I approached DigitalOcean, then one of the first things I would ask is like, if you want to sponsor my stream, I can wholeheartedly endorse you because I already love you and want to work for you. In fact, talking about being a developer advocate. God damn, I'm really starting to think that I need to do that. Today we were talking about, we've been talking about jobs and just randomly shooting the breeze, and GameStop. What game studio would I work for? I would never work for a game studio. I'm not putting games down, but unless the game studio was working on educational software, or it was doing something it was a simulation like Shenzhen or something like that was educational, or it was training people in a particular trade, I would never do it. I'm not against entertainment. I just don't want to spend my time in entertainment. There's too much shit going on that needs our help. I'm not putting down art. We need art in the world. I just don't want to be involved with that because there's too many other fires to put out right now. We don't need another fucking Fortnite. What we need is people to help stop hospitals from getting ransomware attacks during the middle of a COVID pandemic. You want to work for a game company during this shit? Really? Okay, ostrich, bury your head more. I'm sorry. I have very little patience for people who are okay with just being entertained during the middle of major crisis in humanity, and they have no desire to help. They just want to check out and have their fun. And if that's you, fine. If I pissed you off, I'm sorry, but that's not me. I want to work for a company that actually is fighting hard on the front against everything that's raging, that's going on wrong with our world right now. And there is tons and tons of things wrong right now. And they ain't Fortnite. Fortnite's actually one of the things that's wrong. Look, I love games. I do. I haven't played a game in 14 months. Last time I played a game was December of 2019. No, it was actually November of 2019. So, and I'm not putting games down. I'm just saying, if I, there's something about getting old too. I'm just gonna tell you guys. I know the young people out there, but there's something about getting, and I know it's not an age thing because Aaron Swartz, if you don't know who he is, Google the internet's own boy and go watch the documentary. Aaron Swartz had this sense of urgency from his very birth. And, it wasn't just getting through life. It was like, what's my contribution? What can I do? And so it's not an age thing. But I tell you what, as you age, I just read another thing. It was another blog post from somebody saying, hey, as I age, I find myself wanting to do things that matter more. And so they give up their jobs to just get money and pay for their kids they just had and go to college and all that and pay their college debt off. And now they're like, I want a job that actually matters. In fact, it's a really big problem with millennials, according to one blog I read from statistically, that millennials are more likely to leave a job that they don't feel is making a difference than previous generations who just do it and get their watch and go. And this is continuing. Gen Z is even more into this. The Zoomers, they're like, First of all, I want a job. Actually, Gen Z has got a different problem. They're like, there's actually a number of Gen Z's people that are going into drug sales and sex trafficking and sex working and stuff like that because they're like, I don't have any other option here, and they feel desperate because they can't get any money. And then they're also doing something positive to change the world someplace else. It's really weird. It's this disconnection. They're like, I'm going to use the system. I'm gonna use whatever I've been given to cheat the system in order to survive and make money. Meanwhile, this is what I really want to do with my life, and so they're okay having this dichotomy in their life, and it's really an amazing psychological dynamic to watch. I happen to know a few people personally who are going through that same sort of thing right now, and I have, it just blows my mind, right? Because I'm still kind of in the Gen X. We do like to watch the world burn, at least we did, because it was so screwed up, and now it's like, we want to change stuff, make it better. So anyway, but retirement's an old dead. Freenode lol should probably get my old client up and running then. Yeah, how's it going, Liquidor? You're up on game theory yet? Yes, I have read up quite a bit on game theory. Much time in games anymore yet. There's more into it. Yeah, game theory is totally not games. It's game theory. Yeah. What's that? There's a movie about that has game theory in it. It's a really fun reenactment of game theory to get all the girls in the bar. Have you seen that one? What is it? It's the something mind. What's that? What's the name of that? It's a really good video. I mean, a good movie. It's got Russell Crowe in it, and he's, spoiler alert, he's crazy. Actually, that from the first day. But he tells everybody in the bar about game theory, and he tells them how to get the chicks. Beautiful Mind, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, so I mean, it's a really good application of game theory that's not related to games at all. Where's my skills to play games? Otherwise, I'd never list the games I've acquired. Look, I every time I talk about this, everybody knows I'm a Dota 2 addict. I was like a big Dota 2 addict. John Nash, yep, real Beautiful Mind, that was him. He's schizophrenic. Don't give it away. It's a sad, amazing movie, but it is hard to watch. It's one of these movies that's hard to watch more than once. Kind of like Dead Poets Society, that everybody should watch. It's one of my top 5 movies of all time. It really is fun to watch. Yeah, it is, but it's, yeah. Anyway. So yeah, DigitalOcean would be one of the companies I work for. There's not really a gaming company that I would work for right now. Riot is probably the best one. At one point, I was really kind of, up on Epic, and then they came up and compared Linux to Canada, and did everything else that they've done to sell their souls. And I was like, no, I'm done with you. I have no interest in you at all. So, I did the classic Dave Matthews band. Speaking of that, I need to put them on. I was listening to They Might Be Giants too the other day. So DigitalOcean is one I'm gonna actually. They're not gonna watch this. They might watch this, right? I'm gonna go beg DigitalOcean for a job. I'm gonna go say, what do I need to do to work for you, DigitalOcean? Because I really, really believe in you, and I because they're just, I mean, it's a small company though. It's not a huge company. Do you follow a daily schedule? Yes, I do follow a daily schedule. You can go to rdbxrob.live and you can see my schedule actually, if you want. It's not really strict, but yeah, I think we would live in a time when we don't have to be really strict with our schedules. So here's the schedule. Actually, oopsie. So yeah, Friday and Saturday. Ooh, what time is it, by the way? It's only 6. Okay. Today I just happened to wake up earlier than normal. I went to bed at 9 last night. Just cause what my schedule, just so you know, when I mentor, mentoring takes a lot out of me. So I take a nap and then I mentor, and then I have a little bit of time to walk the dog with family and stuff, and then I just collapse. And I'm asleep until usually 5 or 6. And I get up, and this working is usually working and streaming. This is going to be I got to replace all this time at some point with full-time work. And actually, that's all. When that happens, this mentoring section down here, a lot of it's going to be filled up with streaming again. I love that you don't work for anyone. Yeah, if you can make a living on bug bounties, I love that part of it. You make as much money as you. Have you seen? If you're interested in bug bounty as a career, go watch the Bloomberg thing about DeVos. Danny DeVos, DeVos. Yeah, I can't show it to you because of the little thing, but yeah, it's on YouTube. If you're into the bug bounty thing, I eventually decided I can't be. You're into recon? Yeah. So Danny DeVos, I think it's Forbes. It's either Forbes or Bloomberg. I can't. It's called the Millionaire. What is it called? Millionaire. I'm trying to remember which one is. Oh God. What is it called? DeVos pen testing. It might be Bloomberg actually. Yeah, there it is. It is Bloomberg. This is another reason I want to work for Bloomberg. Bad. Bloomberg is awesome. I mean, I love Bloomberg. I really, really love Bloomberg. Best bug bounty hackers. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, a lot of people are doing that right now. So the $1 Million Hacker, here it is. I guess I can send you a link to it. I can't play it, of course. It's a little bit dated at this point, this video. This came out in September 19. Wow, that was it. Seems like it was a lot longer than that. So, oops. There's a question mark in there. So that's the video about pen testing. As I said, pen testing is a way to make money, but I would never. It's like playing stocks with money you can't lose. I would never depend on it for all of my. Thanks for that. Yeah. For all of my income, I'm not. It's too risky. If you're young and you have alternative income someplace, like maybe you're working in a service job and you're working on your bug bounty on the side, God, yeah, that would be a fantastic career. If you can get over dealing with really crappy tech, which is what you have to do to be a bug bounty person. I think I could probably manage it because, in fact, I'm building a cluster here to do scanning and stuff, and just for fun. So yeah. Yeah, but you have to get automation off the. If you get automation off the floor, then it's like getting a Bitcoin mining rig, right? But how long did that last? In 2013, everybody coming through my door said, "Teach me how to make a Bitcoin rig," because there was still money in making a Bitcoin rig, right? Yeah, that's the thing. If you can do really good scripts and you're a really good IT person in general, you can make bank off of this kind of stuff. Yeah, you can, but it's not a get rich quick scheme, and I talked about that already. But there's no job here, and so there's no company here. Although HackerOne's a pretty damn good company to work for, from what I've heard. I mean, they have quite an interesting background. I mean, these guys are going to go nowhere but up. This company is just going to grow through the roof. Yeah. Yeah, you can't automate until you master the software, right? I mean, the problem with HackerOne is I would have to have a different security set. I mean, a different set. I actually, a company I have thought of doing. It's not a great company. I don't know if this is the right way to say it. I want to tell you, I've been intrigued by a job for the FBI, but there's just I don't think I would pass the background check. I know. I don't think I would pass the background check because I'm just too unstable a human being. So they'd be like, no, we're not hiring you. You would never work for the FBI. Oh, there's a lot of good people in the FBI, and there's a lot of good people in the NSA, believe it or not. And there's good people in the CIA. There are good people in those organizations. Yeah, the problem with working for the government, had an enterprise, want to take a ride? Totally. The problem with working for the government is it depends entirely on who's in power. Yeah, I'm not anti-government at all. Government gives you peace and quiet. If without government, we have a big problem. Without government, the people that you might disagree with right now, there's nothing stopping them from going, all purge on you. That's what government gives you. And government is not bad. So, I mean, we have a lot of anarchists I bump into, and they're like, oh, yeah, we don't need no stinking government. And I'm like, no, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You just don't. I'm not attacking you. It's like, but people don't realize what government gives them until it's not there. Then they're like, wait, I can't get in my car and go buy groceries anymore. So, yeah. You have clearance, Vera? You lucky ass. Person. Yeah. Did you see all the clearances? There's a Spycraft thing on Netflix right now. And one of the things I just watched is the OTS hack. They hacked everybody's personal information who's ever had a security clearance. Yep. The Russians got a hold of all of it. So the Chinese. Government abuses their power. That's not government's fault. That's bad government's fault. So, yep. Yeah. It was a while ago. The OTS hack was a while ago, actually. Yep. It was pretty. They documented the whole thing. They talk about how it happened. Yeah. And Snowden came out with his whole thing. Yep. Did you know Snowden is actually? They have record of him interacting with Russian agents. That really changed my opinion of Snowden. I have a very, very complicated opinion of Snowden. Let's not talk about that right now. Snowden was a good movie, but it was also very, very wrong. I loved it. I totally loved the movie, but the more I actually read about the Snowden affair and what the government's case is against Snowden, that they've kind of leaked some of that now to let people know, it's not just a smear campaign. There's like evidence of him interacting with Russian agents. And same thing with what's his ass, Mr. WikiLeaks. But then again, Trump. There's a huge article that just came about Trump was a carefully crafted Russian asset that's been processed over multiple years, and so yeah, this is amazing. You guys will not believe this article. So the Guardian. Trump has been a cultivated asset by KGB for the last 40 years. He's been being cultivated. And you have to understand how spies work, and that's why the Spycraft thing is so interesting. Spycraft cultured assets, they don't even know their assets. They don't. Sometimes they don't even know their assets, but they've been influenced to behave in a particular way, and then it's very interesting stuff. The whole manipulation of the whole thing. And it's just absolutely fascinating. Stuff to me, because anyway, looks in. Yeah, look, whatever you think of Trump, I'm not trying to, if you're a Trump supporter, God help you, but there you go. Yeah. That's from the words of an ex-KGB spy agent about how they have specifically been crafting every move that he makes, his decisions he's been making. It's not like, didn't tank our guns. No. Is Evelyn Salt? I didn't know that. Well, yeah. I don't look. Yeah. Anyway, so we start talking about whether I would work for the FBI and stuff like that, and then it kind of depends on where that's where it all went. Is that a company I would work for? God knows they need it. They need our help. God knows the governments of our the governments aren't going to get good unless good people work there. Just like politics isn't going to get good until good people work there. If good people choose to not participate, as a sound, yeah. If good people don't participate in these things, they're going to remain things. It's like teachers. You get teachers that all they want to do is abuse children, either physically or sexually, and that's just a fact. That's why we have to go through so many background checks and stuff to become a teacher or something like that. Which, you know, that's something I would pass, but it just makes me sad that people who don't want to do those things, you know, we need good people to do the thing, but it's so hard to get it. I mean, to be a teacher right now, you almost have to be a masochist because it's like they're so bad to you. It's just at every level society says you don't matter. You have to be 100% sure of yourself and what you're doing, because you're dealing with like micromanaged, you know, pieces of shit people and you know, small time people who think they're big because they're in a you know, in the school organizations. It's basically like an episode of Chuck, but with education. And not always. I mean, some of the people you work with are really amazing. And this is a true fact. I mean, I really enjoyed the time I spent at the private school. The teachers there were really amazing, but they were clearly not doing it for, you know, they weren't doing it for the money. they were doing it because they wanted to make a difference. Go to bed. Yep, go to bed. You don't have to be here. I'll be here all day. Actually, a little bit later, I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to finally restore my room here. It's all a mess because they had to cut into our wall and get the mold out. I want to get out of this apartment, people. I want out of this apartment. And I got to get a job before I get out of the apartment. So that's why I'm doing all this. Companies. So what are good companies? Let me think. I mean, this is an activity that I actually like to suggest to people, is that they think about the companies that just make them excited. Why you're not in this chat? Oh, wouldn't that be? This is actually a fun little. This is what I want to do. I want to live out of a van, down by the river. That's what I want to do. I want to live in a van by the river. Yep. It's my goals in life. Life goals. My goal is to live out of a van. Not even that. I want to. The Art of Computer Programming. Is that the one by what's his face? People keep recommending that one. You're like the second person who's recommended it. Is that Uncle Bob's? Or is that the other one? Art of Computer. Oh, that's Knuth's. Yeah. No, I haven't read it yet. No, that's Knuth's. Yeah, I do need to read that one. I need to read that one. I do. I haven't read it. Have not read it. Nope. I imagine I would really like it. I love stuff that Knuth has made, LaTeX and everything. Yeah. So, that is, you know what? That needs to go. That is a book I need to put that on my I want to read book list. I need to put that in there. I've got a books list that books I want to read. Must reads, want to write. I say must read The Innovators. Yeah, I already almost read all of Reading Now. And The Art of Computer Programming. Knuth. Yep, I need to read that one. Do. Git add. Road less traveled. Which one is that? That title's been used by so many people. I don't want to commit in one line. I know I can. I want to do that because I want to make sure I don't go over 50 characters. That's why I do it. If you do that in VI, it'll change the color from yellow to white once you go over 50 characters, which I've done many times. I used to use dash M all the time. Timeless edition. Oh, that's this Peck? Oh, no way. Nope. Nope. Peck is a total jerk. Not reading it. No. I don't. Yeah, I'm not a Peck fan. I'm not a pecker. Strict on the 80 character rule. I think your first line should be 80 characters. Or whatever. I think it's 50 actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 50, it's not 80. That's different. That's totally different. Okay, your terminal width is not the same as your maximum commit line width. Totally different. And I completely agree. I keep the 72 just because reasons. But I've gone back and forth on that so many times. I've even really ranted on people that limit their width and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I completely agree. And so does Linus Torvalds. He even softened on that. He goes, no, we got long monitors now. I don't care. So I do it. One of the main reasons I do it now is because I live stream. Honestly, honest to God. One of the main reasons is because my font size is so big, it's forcing me to behave like I'm coding in 1990s on a Pentium with, mock clinics. No, that was actually. Did you see they just retired Pentium? Is 5072? Yeah. So yeah, mine's 72 because I want spaces to be there for. Yeah, 70. It's probably 72. I didn't. That's good to know. Actually, that's fun to know. I always liked that guy. He's one of my favorite like people that I look up to. He is. T-Pope. I mean, I went to this mostly because it just makes sense for the screen, mostly. Yeah. You met him a few times? Yeah. A note about git commit messages. Uh-oh. I'm all afraid to read this. How's it going, Maluba? Do. We changed the topic, right? Uh-oh. I'm not getting the right one. I'm getting the TMX2 stuff, Vera. What's up with that? I love the rain sounds. The rain sounds make me happy too. They do. I have some music going on too in the front foreground here. You can't hear it, hopefully. I don't know if it's just turned off right now. Oh, that'd be nice if you could do that. I thought you did because I actually got it on the. I could have swore I got the right one, but maybe just a coincidence. Yeah, what's the topic right now? Companies I really love. I think we're done with that topic. So, what are we on to? At 10 o'clock, we're doing beginner boost stuff. I won't lie. I'm not excited to do it. I hate web development. I hate it. It's like one of those necessary evils. You know what I mean? And by midday, but I don't want to drink coffee. Well, you can drink tea or put music on. That's what's fires me up. So we've been slugging through this book, and I've been trying to make it fun because you've got to learn web development. You cannot skip learning web development. You have to do it. You just have to, no matter what tech career you're going to be in, you're going to do some level of web development. So we've been doing this beginner boost on it, and we chose this book to go through, which is a very exhaustive book, which is fine. What do we do here? Wow, that's a big question. Pretty much a little bit of everything. But yeah. So beginner boost is coming up. You can watch the welcome video on YouTube if you want to watch that. Yeah, it's really long-winded. I need to shorten that down too. The welcome video on YouTube is probably the best way for you to get a sense of what we do. We code and we help each other out. The RWX community is all about helping each other out. Read, write, execute. Now, read, write about stuff, learn about stuff. That's what it's about. So, probably time for me to check in with the group. I'm going to take a break here. I'm going to list this as a break. Break until, I'm going to say 7 o'clock. Just so that people don't think we're still talking about stuff. Fixed. Nice. So yeah. No, you're fine. I was just talking about web dev. All I want to say about that is that I don't like it. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't like it. I don't like using graphics anything until I have to use a graphics something. And frankly, I'm annoyed by how much stuff has to require a graphic interface. And so when I have to talk about making a graphic interface, sometimes I get sucked into it and I have kind of fun making things move around, animate stuff. But mostly I see it as inhibiting my ability to get shit done. And that is not a popular opinion. And the world definitely needs web developers because most people operate that way. But I would rather build a different knowledge grid and spend all my time on that. I'll show the head of my department, Jim's video about how Agile should work. Ooh. Did you show him? Oh my gosh. What did you do, Maluva? Don't you dare blame that on me. Maluva, did you... 2 devs left, 5 new managers hired. When? I want the dirt on that. There are over 10K people in tech. Our company decided that every tech department had to move to Agile. Oh my gosh. Yeah. They really can't do Agile. They don't know what Agile is, right? All Agile is just keeping stuff that you can deploy anytime and basic stuff like having everybody sync up every day. I mean, that's most of Agile. It's just been, full sprints, yeah. How long are your sprints, Farah? I love that you can get Agile certified. I went to Agile certified training at IBM, and I was like, okay. And it was like, I don't know. It's to be weekly sprints. No, they're not. It can be 2-week sprints. I've heard of people doing 2-week sprints, month sprints. Beginner stream yesterday about Teach's job announcement on his stream. Did you watch Vegan's stream yesterday about Teach's job announcement? Who's Tej? How's it going, Panda? Who is Tej? TJ? We're not talking Holloway check, are you? Generic name for Hindu festival. Who are you talking about, Panda? It's our predefined for next 4 releases. Yes. The lack of a backlog is my favorite. About fastest probably I would call most Agile video I've ever seen. Teaches a streamer and is a thing on Big and Bus Stream. I have no. This is beyond. Oh, is the NeoVim dev? Don't want anything to do with him. That's why I haven't heard about him. Yeah, if he's working on NeoVim, I immediately don't care to know anything he's doing ever. I am so anti NeoVim at this point. I started out being kind of ambivalent, and the more I have studied the code base and the decisions and the reasons and the justification and their behavior, not, you know, stealing the Vim name and all of the stuff that they're doing over there. Bacon makes me happy. I love watching him, but I have no love for the NeoVim project at all. It's like at this point I'm an active advocate against NeoVim, because I look, honestly, I did not arrive at this conclusion lightly. I wanted to like it, and the more that I read through it, I had to make a whole page on it because everybody asked me all the reasons why. Why is there so much hype about him? Oh, right. He got a job. So where did I mean, look, I don't want to badmouth anybody specifically. This isn't about any human being. This is about, you know, what they do, their work, and their opinions on stuff. I'm not attacking the person. I really have to say that, because I don't want people to think that I'm, you know, attacking Tej or any NeoVim developer or anyone who uses NeoVim. I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking NeoVim and the decisions made on the NeoVim team. That's what I'm attacking. All right. So, wait, it's Twitch.tv. Tej. Is it Tej TV? Tej TV. I'm because I might want to follow him. That's why I'm going out here. I'm not going out here to rip on him. Oh, hey, Last Miles is up. We should go watch him. Oh, is that sound's not on, right? Who is this? Is this Tej? Oh no, NeoVim experimentation. Age of Information broadcasts. NeoVim telescope. Okay. Well, I'll definitely follow him, because I like knowing when people are on. And I might be wrong. As always, strong opinions weakly held. I have a lot of evidence against NeoVim at this point. But if somebody can change my mind and produce evidence to the contrary, I will eat my words and change my mind. That's what good scientists do, right? Yeah. I mean, it looks like a nice enough guy. You know, I'm not attacking people. Oh boy. Can I do that? Let me try. Click to unmute. First comment as Tej signs to new company. Oh wait. Well, Vegan won't mind if I put his stuff on my stream. And this is not about. You know what's really great about not being an affiliate anymore? I can watch other Twitch streamers on my stream without violating terms of service. I've already TLDR'd him a lot. You can go. I'll send you the link. Yeah, let me find it for you before I watch this. I gotta warn you though, because it's pretty opinionated. When I wrote it, I was a little angrier than I am now, and so I should probably soften the language in it a little bit. Yeah. Oh, I know Beginbot wouldn't mind at all. So, let me see if I can find it, actually. Oh, wait. I have to find the path because I don't have my KN tool running right now, which is the thing I need to work on. Just give me a sec here. Oh, I think it's don't NeoVim. Yeah. Readme advice. Don't NeoVim. I won't. No, maybe not. No, it used to be there. I don't remember where I put it. This is why I need my search engine up. There it is. Tools, editors, NeoVim. So, I think I have another one on there that might be. Yeah, I have lots of writings on the NeoVim stuff. I literally went through like the entire change thing. And I was very sincerely, there's videos of me doing this. I was very sincerely asking people, can you give me the reason for your conclusion for this? And I say, okay, let's take that one point. And it wasn't attacking it. I was like, I want to look at both sides of this. And I took every single complaint. And by the way, if I've missed something, bring it to my attention, right? If I missed a really important part in here, some really, really compelling reason to use it, because Vim is the default on the system. So it's up to you to prove to me that I should change from the default. People come into this argument all the time. The same with Bash. They come into the argument and says, you need to learn Z shell. And it's like, okay, why? The burden of proof is on you, because the rest of the world thinks Bash should be the default. And the rest of the world thinks Vim should be the default. That means if you are going, I'm not attacking you, right? But if you're going to come tell me what to do, the burden of proof is on you to provide a compelling reason to throw away the default on millions of systems. And so you have a huge burden of proof to provide to get me to get off of the default. I mean, it's got to be really, really compelling. It can't just be because the developer team is much easier to work with, or Brahm's an asshole. It can't be that. That's not enough. You got to find more, because you've got to convince millions of people to abandon the default. And since I work so much with beginners and I recommend things, there's the most compelling reason to not use NeoVim is that your vimrc will not be transportable to anything else. And as soon as you buy into this bullshit that NeoVim is better and you put stuff into your vimrc, you've permanently stopped your ability to work with Vim on another system by just SCPing one file over. And if you're going to do that, you better be damn sure that you want to do that. In fact, I don't think there's ever a reason to do that. All right. My actual NeoVim has been a lot of decisions were made arbitrarily. Completely agree, Vera. Yeah, and that's, like removing if Perl. Why would you even do that? We are morons. It's just a bunch of uninformed decisions. And this is why I like Brahm so much. He makes informed decisions. And he's slow to make decisions. He doesn't just jump on the bandwagon because everybody wants Node.js support. It's like, I like the more conservative approach to making seriously breaking changes to a thing. Which would break every plugin that was made. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So that's my reasons. Anyway. Needs to fix their plugins. Yeah. Yeah. No. It's the whole governance of the whole project. Right, I have to.
Room to get the.
Oh gosh. I think I need to put my headphones on for this one. But he's so much fun. I mean, Vegan is so much fun to watch. So
Teach over here.
They're like interviewing him like a press conference. Are you kidding me? This is really cool.
Breaking news in Vegan world. We have a brand new job from Teej. The announcement is here. Get off that website connection close. We're going to go live to the press conference room to get the full details. Oh, God.
That is so cool. Oh, man, he's beat me. He beat me on that one. That newsroom is awesome. Look at that newsroom, man. That is so stinking cool. I got to turn this off for a second. That is so cool. That is so cool. I mean, he and I both love to play with our green screens.
Oh, God, Teej. Can I see you?
Hello?
Get to the stage.
This is awesome.
Hello.
These guys are great, man.
Hello there.
Teej over here. Is it true? Are you leaving only desk?
The rumors the rumors, we're not here to address rumors today about only devs or not only devs. This is strictly and exclusively limited to a place of employment. There will be no discussion of only devs at this conference.
Teach, are you leaving? Are you leaving NeoVim? Are you gonna work on NeoVim anymore?
We can still talk about NeoVim, and yes, I'll still be on NeoVim core team unless we completely botch this presentation here and people decide that it's too bad.
Sorry, guys. It's not worth it. Hello, is this operational? Yes, hi, Fiegel. You have an opinion on VS Code? Yeah, actually. If you want to read that, you can, let me give you that one really quick. So there's I did a whole video on editor comparisons. It's only about an hour long, which is short for me. I use VS Code a lot, actually, for about a year, but I'm not against it. I just switched back. Yeah. So.
But otherwise, we'll still be on NeoVim and still be able to contribute.
Yay.
Rockstar in the back. In the back, Rockstar.
Hello.
Is he working for Apple? Oh my God.
Rockstar 74, Delight Rewards. Great to meet you all. Teach, please. How much are they paying you more money?
They are paying me more money.
Who's paying him more
good.
money?
But ultimately, we're going to be looking for more GitHub stars, as we all know that that's going to be the currency of 2030.
Okay, that was a great joke. Good job, Teej. That's a funny joke.
We will maybe have to develop a new vegan world cryptocurrency that is based on GitHub stars. But that's for another day.
We've been talking about that too. People keep talking about RDX coin, and I'm like, hell no. I'm finally like, please just no. Just stop.
Let's go, Eric, the back corner.
All right, so Eric from GitLab Online. So was Telescope acquired?
Telescope was not acquired. It remains solely in my possession and the possession of the Telescope NVIM organization. We remain private, independent, and for a free web.
Yay.
Next question, please. Handsome Primogen in the front.
Oh,
This is
hi.
a great
Well,
bit,
my name's
man.
Primogen. I am the
This is a
first
great
partnered
bit.
streamer in OnlyDev.
True, and the founding member.
Quick question. I see that you're.
What is with this what is with this obsession with like these Twitch groups? I just think it's so funny. It's like there's like this obsession, like you're in this group now, and now you're in this group, and now you're in this group. It's just so funny. He looked great in that suit. He looks fantastic. Yeah, I've always wondered about that. It's like every mastermind, I think he's like changed groups like 3 times. It's like, which group are you in now? And then I was like, Eric the Dev is in a group, and I'm not in a group. And I was like, actually, the other day I kind of went off on that. I was like, yeah, I feel bad. I'm not in a group. I'm not cool. I'm not doing conferences. I'm not writing books. I'm too whatever. So
Going to work for a tech company, yet you're dressed like a New York Stock Exchange person. Can you please help me with that?
Well, first off, this is my HODL outfit, but ultimately what I really wanted to represent is NFL signing day. If you've never watched one because sports ball, then you should really check it out. They're often wearing even worse outfits than this pinstripe suit.
Teach.
Vegan.
Teach. Are you going to be streaming anymore, or is this the last we're going to be seeing of Teach streaming on Twitch?
We will still continue streaming on Twitch.
This is gonna be the hard thing.
/Tej_DV.
good for you, Tej.
Just remember that Tej_DV.
Good for you,
we'll
man.
We'll still be streaming there, and perhaps we may even be able to up the streaming schedule.
Ooh.
Next question.
This is a hard thing with streaming, man. My biggest fear about getting a real job, a full-time job again, is losing the streaming. I'm still going to stream even if I have to take it out of my personal mentoring community. It just means that the people that I'm mentoring are going to have to work harder, and if you just work once a week, you're going to get chopped. The people that are going to stay are going to be the ones that are working, multiple times a week, and they're more dedicated. So, because I'm gonna have to find time to continue live streaming. I promised everybody I'm never stopping live streaming. It's been so satisfying, and it's given so much to me, and so much back to the community. I'm never leaving it. I mean, I have to take my stream out of my cold dead hands, like literally. So whether or not that ever becomes a big thing or not, I really don't care. The important part is it's hard to find time when you have a full-time job in addition to everything else and a family and stuff. And my family's a little bit older, right? Don't threaten me.
Melky-Dev,
over here.
Melky-Dev, Melky-Dev.
Oh, thank you. Melky for Melky New Teach. It's an honor, first of all. But I need to ask you, the recent report of GME and AMC rocketing, has that been caused by your decision here today?
I am unable, legally speaking, I'm legally bound to not speak about my predictions or my associations with the WSB community at large. Thank you. Next question.
It's like Piedmont High.
Teach.
Rockstar.
Teach. Oh, thank God. Rockstar 74, Payable LLC, Delight Rewards. Great to meet you all. Thank you so much. Teach, does the name of the company rhyme with Boogle?
The company name does not rhyme with Boogle, but it is funny that you ask because some people are calling it the next Google of code search.
Oh crap!
The next Google coach. What can you give us any more details?
It's gotta be GitHub.
Yes, the company that I have chosen to work with,
Yeah, it's gotta be GitHub.
and that has blessed me with the opportunity to work with them, is SourceGraph.
SourceGraph and not Source Hut.
Everyone invest. Everyone invest. Everyone. I'm gonna go. I got a scoop. We're gonna go.
All right. Yes. Back to Vegan.
SourceGraph, huh? Let's go look at him. Yeah. SourceGraph. SourceGraph. This is one of those, all those photo clicks. I'm gonna die. I know. SourceGraph code search. Search all the web. Search all code everywhere. Remember I was saying we need a tool that searches all the code out there? Yeah. Server, store. That's a great tool, actually. Is it based on TypeScript? Is it open core? Server.go. Nice. Coverage. What is it? I mean, you can almost see a bunch of it. That kind of tool is going to become important going forward. So.
Make the blogs.
How did you make this decision? How did you come to this? I mean, everyone was recruiting you. How's SourceGraph? I mean, you turned down Google?
Yes. Well, I didn't turn down Google necessarily, but I mean, I did turn down some LinkedIn messages from them, as I'm sure many are wont to do. But the reason I chose SourceGraph is because they are making tools for developers. Actually, it's quite interesting. They're working with some of the technologies like LSP and LSIF, hoping to be able to contribute even more to NeoVim's implementation of those and sort of spread the LSP love even more outside of VS Code and using it for other places. I'll be working on the code intelligence team for SourceGraph, where I'll be able to basically make coding more accessible and easier for everyone, giving tools to anybody who wants to be able to work with code. So that's really exciting. They do a lot of open source work. Almost all their work is already open source, so you'll probably be seeing me on GitHub a lot, and maybe even getting to stream some day job stuff.
Yay! See, that's what I want.
Are you
That's-
going to be coding in Go?
It is confirmed. I will be writing Go.
Yay!
I am now a gopher. I will be buying and reading Eric's book shortly.
Oh my God.
Teach,
Yes, private.
Teach, can you not answer any more questions from me?
Eric's book has some serious flaws in it that I actually I got to go find my top. There's like or stuff that's not even in the errata in Eric's book. And so if you do buy Go in Action, just make sure that you look through it and you find the errata, and we can talk. There's some substantial errors in the Go code that just got missed by basic editing. Some of the code in there won't even run.
People who don't say your name? I feel like that was offensive.
That's true. This is a press conference. You have to clamor for my attention.
Teach, please, teach.
Anyone besides Rockstar?
Teach.
Rockstar.
Teach. Thank you so much. Rockstar 74, Untold Studios LLC. A pleasure. SourceGraph. Is it true that SourceGraph works with companies such as Uber, Lyft, Amazon, Toast, SoFi, and Yelp?
That is true. You can find out more at their website about their customer base. We're bringing excellent tooling to people everywhere.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Teach.
Over here, please.
Yes, the Russian-looking man.
That would be me. No one else here is Russian or our man. Teach. So I got a question. Did you consult your dog for this decision? Because I know you guys are very tight, and there's a camaraderie.
Teach.
Great question.
Teach.
I think I'm getting the point here.
Yeah,
No, you don't.
okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm back in. Sorry, I got
Okay. Video, however, code intelligence tools, so I'll be hoping to.
I think I
make some-
permanently pissed Eric off though too, because he was like he invited me to be kind of a hallway kind of Go developer for the conference. I was like, okay, and he said, but are you going to come to the conference? I said, no, I'm going to save the $100 and not go. I think Eric, if you're watching this, I'm so sorry, dude. I don't know if he had anything to do with the bad code in the book, nor do I know if he stopped talking to me because I pretty much publicly said that conferences are a bad idea. And a lot of people really like conferences. I hate them. I don't do conferences. Sorry, it's a waste of time. So, I mean, somebody tell me one time when you've gone to a conference. Conferences are good for one purpose: networking. Absolutely. It's not good for learning. It's not good for getting any new information because it's all tainted by whoever's presenting. It takes you forever to sit through the data. There's even local like lug groups, Linux user groups around here, and I cannot sit through them. I can't. I try so hard. I'm like, I can get this information from everything this conference has to offer me. I can determine every single bit of this information in less than an hour on my own. So the only reason to go to a conference is to network and drink beer and get free swag. It's the only reason. And to me, that's not reason enough to justify it to a company, nor is it reason enough for me to drive an hour or pay for some crazy amount of thing. I wanted to go to DEF CON, but the reason I wanted to go to DEF CON is because it's just freaking awesome and the people there are so cool. That's a reason I would go to it. See a bunch of fun toys and things that aren't present anywhere. If you're going to go to a conference, go to an anime conference or go to, something like that. If you're going to a Go conference, it's because you just want to hang out with a bunch of Go people, right? But, and that's cool. I'm okay with that, but it's not enough for me to ever go to a conference. And that's one of the reasons I would never, ever do a virtual conference. And talking like this gets me in trouble. So I probably should change the topic a little bit. But this is a very unpopular opinion. This makes people angry at me. Let's see. I confess. I think conferences are a waste of time. Are mostly a waste of time. Now, so if you're going to go, okay, let me just repeat this. So we were just talking about, because the reason we got on this, we were watching Vegan Bots, kind of fun little segment where Tej, who I had no idea who Tej was until this moment, he's taking a job with a source graph, and which is super cool. And he sounds like a nice enough guy, even though I might disagree with a lot of the decisions he's made. And they mentioned about Eric, Eric the Dev and his participation on. And Eric the Dev is a big dude. He's a big dude in the Go community, and he seems relatively friendly. He's watched me on the chat. He's come in before and said hi and been very helpful while I was coding, and so I have nothing bad to say about Eric. This is not about Eric. Where is it? Eric. I don't think it's Eric St. Martin. Is it Eric St. Martin? Yeah, Eric St. Martin. So here he is, Mr. Eric St. Martin. So I have to tell you the story in order for you to understand my position on conferences and why it matters. So he's one of the guys who's created Gophercon. He's over at Microsoft, and he's a good guy. He seems very, very pleasant and everything, but. And he co-wrote this book that I think has some pretty substantial flaws in it, Go in Action, which is not so much the problem with the people writing the book as much as it is the format of a book in the first place, because you can't fix things when you find them after the fact, right? And anyway, but one of the things is, he's a big Gophercon organizer, and he asked me to be a hallway person during the Gophercon thing. And I was as best as I could be out there, and that was fine. But in the chat, we had a chat ongoing chat there, and he was asking me details about stuff, and here's my details. And I said, but I'm not going to be going to the conference, and he's like, well, why? And he's like, I just not going to go, and it just kind of left me on send after that. I haven't heard from him since, and I don't think it's anything particularly. In Eric's personality, that he also does he does a lot of advocacy and stuff. He's a great guy, but I just don't like conferences. And so I said I actually did a stream around that time when the conference was going on, where I said, by the way, I think it's a waste of money to pay $100 to go to a conference, even if it's online, and the reasons that I need to say, introducing Go by O'Reilly. Introducing Go by O'Reilly is really, really dated. There's not a single good book on Go right now. period. There's nothing. Everything about Go is at least 2 years old. And so many crazy, amazing things. At 1.16, the release they just did, they redid IOUtil completely. So there's been so much advancement on the Go front right now that I cannot recommend any of the books in good faith. My favorite book on Go is Head First Go, because it appeals to everybody, but some of the stuff in it, I mean, it's still really ancient stuff. It's all out of date. Your best bet if you're going to go with Go is to just try to go with some of the online resources, or just read I actually wrote a thing about this. RWX, I'm kind of over. This is about conferences, not Go, but rwx.gg/lang/go. This, you can read my opinions on Go right here if you want to. And again, this is, I really believe the best way to learn Go is to read the language specification, go through the tour of Go. Even the tour of Go is really incomplete. Even according to their own issues statements, there's a lot of stuff missing from that. How to write Go and Effective Go is my favorite resource out of all of these. So far it's been my favorite, but you can't really jump into it until you know Go. How to start a Golang project. Reddit did a video on that. Here's a bunch of resources. The top resource, Golang Resources, has a bunch of stuff in there, but it's all disjointed. The number one is package.go.dev. Package.go.dev. Isn't that the same one, Vera? PKG. I'll get back to the topic at hand about what's wrong with conferences in a second. I get it. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's like, this is the best. I get it. Yeah. He's making a joke. He's like, go read the source code. And it really is true. Go is, unfortunately, I still don't think there's a good beginner book on Go. And the Go resources stuff is full of crap. I've heard good things. I've heard really good things about the Udemy course on Go from what's his face. But I can't get behind it. I haven't looked at it at all. If I actually write a book, it will be for beginners, and it will be in Go. And that's the problem is, as soon as you jump off that, cliff, you're going to hit the ground no matter what, and you've got to maintain it. If you got to fly, you got to keep maintaining it, or you're going to hit the ground. So I can't justify going to a conference. I don't want to rant on it too much, but I would like to hear your input on it. So if you're going to go to a conference, and the story ends that, after I said I wasn't going to be going to the conference, I didn't have any communication after that. And I think I pissed him off because I was like not paying to go to the conference, and I don't like conferences. And so my ethos is kind of directly against what he's spent a large part of his life doing, is creating these conferences. And frankly, this is a dilemma. I have a very big moral dilemma, because I feel drawn to the developer advocate role, or to the conference presenter kind of thing. I have presented at conferences for Nike and Java in '98, and so I get why they are a thing, and people want to do them, but they're just extremely inefficient. They're not good. What is their purpose of a conference? The only real purpose for a conference, as far as I'm concerned, is networking. That's it. You want to network, and you want to have fun. You want to have a vacation. And if you could just own that that's what a conference is about, then you can make a decision about whether you should be paid to go there. And if you come to me as approving your budget, to go to a conference, I'm never going to do it. In fact, I went to, I made a deal when I was at Nike with my manager. I said, hey, I've told this story before, but I said, hey, can I have half the money to go to one of these conferences and just buy books from, O'Reilly Books? This was in the 90s. And just read them. And I had much better education experience and than I would have had, even though I'm kind of a social person. But now with COVID and everything, I kind of feel like conferences are dead. I've watched 2 online conferences, and they were horrible. The GitLab online conference was horrible, and the Netlify online conference was absolutely horrible. I couldn't stand it. I was like, this is torture, because it's all the worst part of the conference. The part you want to get through so that you can get on with the networking is like, you don't really want to sit there and listen to somebody riff and make bad jokes for an hour. You can watch anybody's live stream and then go get a pizza and come back and still watch the live stream. If that's what you're trying to get at a conference, you're going there for the wrong reason. You're not going to be entertained by the speakers. I mean, a couple of the speakers might be entertaining. They might really be entertaining, right? But those same exact conference talks are going to end up on YouTube. And guess what? You can fast forward past the boring stuff and then drink a beer while you're there. So why would you go to a conference and sit through that shit and torture yourself and pay for it? I cannot imagine why you would ever do that. The only reason I would ever do it, honestly, would be if there was fun, if there was something fun going on. And by the way, I a lot of times, like when I go to lugs and stuff like that, I don't sign up for any of the presentations. I just loiter around. I would rather go to a convention. Conventions are different than conferences, right? A convention is where you're networking and you're bumping into people and you're finding out what opportunities in the job market. Actually, a really, really fun thing to do that's totally free is to go to a tech convention that is hiring people. And then you can see what the technology is involved. Everybody thinks you're a rock star because you're a potential person they're going to hire. You maybe carry some resumes with you. Maybe you dress up. They have lots of swagger there for free to give you because they want to promote their company and stuff like that. And you're getting a real handle on the networking. And then you're literally bumping shoulders. You're both interested in I don't know, maybe the DigitalOcean booth, And so you're bumping shoulders with people who are also interested in DigitalOcean, and you're all standing in front of the booth. And you're like, oh, what is your interest in DigitalOcean? Oh yeah, what's your sign? Hey, you want to go out at 6? Whatever. You can meet your future wife, or you can just hop. All the things that are addressed by a conference are better addressed by a convention, in my opinion. So and they're more fun, right? It's all hallway talk. It's not like, oh crap, we have to go to that session now because my boss is paying for this for me to get trained. So I have to go listen to this thing that I could have learned like in 10 minutes on my own, but I have to sit there because that's how come they paid for me to be here. I really just want to hang out in the beer garden and talk to other technologists. So I'm not a fan of conferences. I never have been, because almost every decent conference is going to be online these days. So unless you're presenting at the conference, in which case, I know a lot of people think it's like this feather in their hat to present at a conference or to write a book. It's like this thing to check off, right? No, nobody gives a shit. Honestly, nobody gives a shit about your book or your conference presentations. They want to know what you can do. And unless you are a developer advocate, and this is where the dilemma comes in for me, or you are, you're truly an educator. So like presenting at a conference like ISTE, the International Society for Tech and Education, which has a convention. The ISTE is a really great. The last conference I went to that I really enjoyed was ISTE, and it was heard about Rockstar Lang? No. So there's a convention called the International Society for Tech and Education, and they have an entire convention feel. I mean, a really big convention feel. In fact, they've got a lot of really big names that are giving you free beer and free all kinds of stuff because they're trying to schmooze all of the educational decision makers. It's like going to like an arms dealer convention in Yemen. They have the free food and everything because they're trying to get you to buy their product, which is always much more fun to go to. So ISTE's doing this. In fact, they have a whole dance that Google puts on, this huge dance for all these teachers because they want to influence all these teachers and staying with Google and blah, blah, blah. And it's a total sellout and it's really fun, but you're the star, right? But they also have a conference part of it where they have, tracks that you can go take and go do the learning and sit in the audience if you want to, but you don't have to. So it's a mixture of a conference with the thing. And then they have an entire floor dedicated to people selling EdTech technology. I'll never forget Magellan, they do the screen, those really, really overpriced smart screens. And they have this massive display and everything. It's fun. It's visually appealing. You're walking around, bumping shoulders with their teachers and all this kind of thing. We actually ran the Virtual Worlds arena there, helped to run that for Second Life back when I was doing a lot of Second Life development in education. And it was just really, really fun. But the thing that made it fun wasn't the conference part of it. In fact, I didn't attend any of the conference talks. There was actually, I take it back. There was one conference talk I went to from a guy who got all grant funding and created one of the most amazing magnet schools in America for 3D development. And he created an entire lab. He was really good at writing grants. And he built an entire kind of wing onto the school just for really high-end game 3D development. It's a school in Colorado. So that was fun. I mean, and so there might be an occasional presentation, but it was like a 15-minute presentation. It wasn't this big, long, hour-long reason that you need to write clean code from Uncle Bob or some shit. You know, it was actually interesting. So I suppose, you know, that would be a thing. But if you were to just, you can't do that. You can't do that over the internet. I'm sorry. You cannot create the conference vibe over the internet. The best you can do is in a live community like what we're doing right here. And can I paint? I can't paint. No, my wife can. She's amazing. Oh my God, she's amazing. In fact, she's probably up right now. Well, no, she's not. 7:30. She's probably not up yet. So that's my take on conferences. Save your money. Save your money. Don't go. You know. No. Like spend your time buying a computer or a book that's been well vetted or something that's gonna allow you to learn a little bit better. Oh, painting, Uncle Bob. Oh, I don't know. I pick on him a lot just because I don't like him. I'm sorry. No, Bob Ross, that's different. Yeah, I've been accused of being the Bob Ross of code. Yeah. Do I have a smart speaker? No, why? Am I not Bob Ross. Not Bob Ross. Yeah, I'm talking about Uncle Bob. That's a different uncle. Yeah, he's a famous computer science presenter that I disagree with pretty much everything he says. And so does Jim Copeland. So, look, I can disagree with people, and I'm sure they're wonderful people. It doesn't mean I have to want to be around them, right? But I had to explain my comment there about conferences because it doesn't make me any friends, you know, in the conference world. Because honestly, people that make money off conferences, that's like stealing money, if you ask me. Conference organizers come away with so much money, and what do? They basically just had a big kegger and got all these companies to pay for it. The worst part about conferences, the unethical part about a conference, is when they try to they actually make jokes. And I've seen this in conferences before. They will make jokes in their advertising materials that are targeted at engineers about they're saying, here are the 5 things you can tell your boss to justify spending money on you. And it's basically instructing you about how to lie so that you can have a good time and meet and have beer at the conference, you know, and basically lie to your boss and influence them to let you go to the thing. And you can do what you really want to do when in fact they're going to kind of coach you on what you can tell. That's totally fucking unethical. And I'm so tired of seeing that. I see that all the time in the Silicon Valley conference world or in the professional enterprise world. It's like this unspoken dirty secret that everybody knows is there. And it just needs to be exposed. You should not be going to a conference for anything. The only reason you should be going to a conference is to create network connections, and you don't need that at a conference. You can do that at a free local industry, you know, job fair. And my manager at Nike, she would let me go to it all the time. She goes, should I be afraid? Are you going to go get a job here? I said, no, I'm just doing this for networking, and so I can get a sense of what's going on, and it's free. So I just need the time off, and it's downtown. She's like, hell yeah, I'm all good for that. She didn't say that. That was not Barb's style. She was very, very conservative, wonderful woman. I loved her. She was one of my favorite managers of all time. And she got it. She got it. In fact, she wanted me to do that. She wanted me to go do that stuff because it kept me abreast of what was out there. It made me feel connected, and all of those things that you think you want to go to a conference for didn't cost her a dime. Meanwhile, other people are like putting in bids for like $2,000 for a conference with full benefits and go flying off to some other city, and they don't need to do it. It's completely and totally wasteful. It's unnecessary, particularly now in the internet age. So you do not have a justification for throwing your fucking conference. I'm sorry, you don't. You can look, if you're going to have a conference, call it what it is. Don't coach people on how to lie to their bosses to get to come there. All right, just let's just be honest about what it really is. Okay, let's be authentic. I'm really good at entertaining stuff at conferences. Yeah, and yeah. So look, being entertained is one thing, and as I said at ISTE, I was really entertained by 2 or 3 of the presentations that were there. They were very entertaining, and they were even a little bit educational. But don't pretend don't tell your boss, I need to go to this conference or I can't learn this skill. This is the only place that they teach this skill. That's absolute bullshit. So, and by the way, if you're making the case that you can't learn something unless you go to a conference, you should be fired on the fucking spot, because that's a lie. If you're not autodidactic enough as an engineer to be able to learn what's needed to get your job done, and you have to pay $2,000 to go to this DEF CON conference to learn this technique, now there is one justification for this. DEF CON, there's only one place you can get the upper level OS, offensive security certification. There's an offensive security certification that is only taught at DEF CON. It's like I think it's the Windows exploit one, and you have to come there. You have to bring your own. They have a whole these specs about the laptop you have to bring with you, and it's only taught at the conference. It's the only place. That's obviously a very, very clear case for if you even get into that. By the way, it's a really elite thing to even get accepted to take that training. But if you go to that particular thing, I would never go to a Google conference. Never. No, I mean, there's just no reason. I look, it's an unpopular opinion. I get it. Okay. I get it. It's an unpopular opinion. Nobody wants me to stop it. You're exposing our secrets. We love these conferences. Why are you taking this away from us? I'm not. Go to your conferences, have fun. Just don't fucking lie about what you're getting out of it. Own what you're actually doing when you go there. Say, well, I'm going here to make network connections and to have some R&R. And if your boss is like, great, if that's how you want to spend your money, you only get $2,000 per year on that. That's fine. For me, I was like, no. I was like, can I have some of that money? For me, it's like I negotiated with my boss. I said, look, can I have half of that conference money to just buy books at O'Reilly? She goes, hell yeah. She didn't say hell yeah. She was a grandma. She didn't say like that. But and I still have a lot of those original books, and I got way more out of it for bound for buck than I did the other way. Exactly. Look at how many times I just wanted to talk to the people that wrote the papers I read recently. Yeah, and that's fine. This is the reason you go to rock concerts, right? I'm not against conferences. What I'm against people presuming to go there and pay that money for some other reason. And I personally find them to be mostly a waste of time. Mostly. For that matter, I find local meetups to be mostly a waste of time. Because I love the meetups, the local Linux meetups that we were going to. When we did one online the other week, and it was really fun. I think showing off is one of the reasons that conferences exist. There's this idea that if you present at a conference that you matter more than everybody else, and I can't tell you all the things wrong with that. There's just so many things, particularly now in our live streaming era. I think that the conferences are going to kind of go by the wayside, where the people who want to present are going to present. They're going to present the beacon bots, the teachers, the dentists. I mean, there's a lot of people on YouTube and Twitch who fall into the conference presenter category, and I'd put myself in that mix that are just not interested in conferences. I can come present to you unedited opinions anytime I want to, and you can decide whether you want to buy them or not for free. And if I find something of value, you can thank me for it. I mean, someone tell me why that's not way more efficient than any kind of conference that's available right now that you would have to go to in person, particularly during COVID, of course. Here in third, we have conferences in the third world. Do you really? See, I would really love to know why. Yeah. I've never been to, so I don't know what the environment usually is. The conference. We're talking about a meeting where people working on the same thing are in a conference with booths and sales and stuff. Well, that's more of a convention, Liquidor. So that's what we're talking about. So we're talking about the definition of conference that I have is that there's there's kind of a convention floor. And then there's also like a really solid packed schedule of presentations you're supposed to go to, because that's where you're going to get justified for the cost and all that. And you mostly just look. If you want to see Captain Kirk, go to the StarCraft convention. If you or the Witcher convention, or you meet your different people, that's totally fine. If you want to meet, some people do, right? They really want to meet the rock stars of OpenCon. I've never been to the open source conference, and that's actually one that I would really like to go to, just because I would really love to meet some of these people that I find to be just amazing human beings, right? I would love to shake Rob Pike's hand, or Ken Thompson, or or even Gressimer. I would love to meet them, and I mean that's not a justification to go to a conference. There are lots of ways to do that now that don't involve any of that stuff. A lot of Google conferences, and I would really like to know why it feels like they're just marketing Google Framework stuff. Yeah, that's all they're doing. Conferences shake Bob's hand. Yeah, I mean, it's a thing. It's yeah, to be fair, so like the local meetup, I think that going to your local meetup is way more valuable than going to a conference. Because a local meetup, you're supporting the local community, you're meeting people in your community. Like I go to the local Linux meetup and it's great, right? Usually it's great. Even if sometimes I feel like I'm sitting through stuff, it's just fun to be in contact with other humans. We tried to do that through Zoom calls, and I not successfully found myself in. I mean, it was okay, it wasn't horrible, but it's just not the same, man. It's just not the same. I mean, I don't know, and I'm kind of conflicted because I'm sort of seeking perhaps a developer evangelism role, in addition to just a traditional engineering role. And deciding what that looks like in 2021 with, raging COVID. Now there's a new strand that's even worse than the other one. And, I think this isolation that we're in is not a short-term thing. I think it's just, there's going to be another virus in another year or two. It's just going to be a thing. I think we need to get used to being separate more. We definitely need to do that if we're ever going to get off this planet, right? We're going to be, and sad. I mean, humans are social creatures. So I think the live streaming and this community thing has been a lifeline for me. So yeah, VR. Well, I've actually attended a conference. That's actually one of the best conferences online I've ever been to. So I'm glad you mentioned that. I attended a conference at IBM where I sat in the room with, I don't remember their names, but the three amigos who created object-oriented programming. And they were these like hokey avatars, and they were literally 6 feet from me in a virtual world in Second Life on our OpenSim. Actually, it wasn't Second Life, it was OpenSim. And they were piping in their voice into this room, and we were all sitting in this room. There was like dragons in there, and there was one had an eggplant avatar. It was like all kinds of random people, but we had this sense that we were in the same room together, and I mean, it was amazing. In 2007, for a good full year and a half, I just really dove into the whole sense of presence that's created through 3D worlds, and I still really believe in it. It just requires a hefty computer to do, and it's got a really big learning curve for most people to participate. But if you can go into this is VR chat that's going on right now, and this gonna be a thing. There's something very visceral about being in a 3D space with another 3D entity. I think it plays on your inner psychology. It actually makes you feel like you're in the room with them. And actually, I don't know if this is true. I mean, one of the reasons that I find myself coming up with these backgrounds that have, coffee shops and cabins and stuff like that is because I think there's a real human need for that whole connection. Has sign language now, right? Early MS programmer. Uh-oh. What am I looking for, Vera? There's nothing worse than a conference where the presenter is boring and doesn't try to hide the fact that they just marketing their product because the boss said so. Yeah, they're being paid. That's another thing. A lot of people are being paid to go to conferences to present because they're being paid by their company to push the product, and that's kind of what a developer advocate would be. And I don't know if I have the chops to do that. I just don't know. I'd have to really believe in the product, and DigitalOcean is one of those organizations I could do that for. If I believe in the product, yeah, I can sell the shit out of that, and I have. I mean, I basically was trained in sales and marketing while I was Mormon. Because, what are we looking at here? We're looking at a channel. The secret history of the task manager. This looks really cool. Retired Microsoft engineer and author of Task Manager reveals a little secret of the application, along with the technical details of how it works and why it was designed that way, complete with a tour of the never-before-seen Windows source code to Task Manager. Wow. Seriously interesting stuff. Ernie wrote Task Manager and the Windows licensing system, goes over why he did what he did and why. Interesting. The Mormon part one day. Oh, I've talked about the Mormon stuff. I probably, the Mormon stuff is tough. It's probably some Sunday I'll talk about it. You even avoid hitting virtual objects because you are that immersed. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, it's powerful. I mean, yeah, I'll definitely go have a peek. Looks like some good stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've told you guys this before. I don't need to. If you really want to see this stuff, I did EdTech Retreat. I created EdTech Retreat Island, and I really miss it. It's really hard for me to pull this up because there's my logo that I designed. God, I love that logo. This is back when skeuomorphic was the thing, right? You know, stuff that looks like real stuff. This is all SVG, by the way. Oh, it's one of my favorite logos. Anyway, yeah, and I made all these pillars. I 3D'd all these things. I actually took a picture of a rock wall and then made those out of it. And yeah, this is the entry point to EdTech Retreat. Yeah. Anyway, I'll get really nostalgic if I start looking at this stuff. In 2007, from 2007 till 2009, I was running my own company. I was joint partnership called Modules, and we created EdTech Retreat with Julie, and we ran this thing and did all kinds of amazing things. And John was the architect we hired. Paid him $2,000 actually to architect the place, and then we implemented it in real life. I mean, in virtual world. It felt like real life at the time. Yeah, it was really fun. I have a lot of good memories of this. This is my favorite place to hang out in the whole world. Right up here. Up here, I would sit there and watch the sunrise, the virtual sunrise. I'm telling you, there is something very visceral about being in a virtual space with another human being that is almost as good as being with them in real life. And that is the piece that's missing from conventions and conferences that everybody's trying to do on these 2D screens. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because you're not going to bump into them. You're not going to be able to go have some fun with them. You're not going to be able to go swim or ride jet skis or something like that. All of those fun activities are not. You can try to make it as fun and bubbly as you want, and they always try to do that. But it's just not going to happen until you can do something really silly. And if you can't drink beer, right? You can still drink. Everybody can drink beer while they're operating their avatars, which is always a bad idea. You can have dances and everything. It's like, imagine combining Fortnite with a convention. You get all the fun of Fortnite. People love Fortnite because they can let go. They can like dance and just get silly and stuff. And I understand all of that attraction. It's just don't do it all day, you know. But if you combine that with a conference appeal, you know, like the whole hobnobbing and getting to know people and stuff, then there's my avatar right there. Then you know, it's a completely different thing at that point. It's not. It's more of the reason you would go to a conference or a convention. No corroded virtual space. Oh, there's Mohax right there. That's a different one right there. Oh, no, that's that. What's his face? I forget his name. This is me. I missed that leather jacket. That was the coolest leather jacket. I know. I sound really silly. This right here was our architect. That was our architect right there. That's his avatar. Jean Bouchard. He's still doing great stuff. There's Julie Sugar Plum. I put every one of these things together. I actually literally manufactured this whole wall here. We put ambient lighting in the thing here. It was so fun. It's you know, I have to admit, as we've been talking about conferences and stuff, with this whole like being locked down, there's something appealing about virtual worlds and VR chat because you are you're fulfilling that sense of being around others, like in a physical space, even though you're not in their physical space. This is John, and this is his original diagram when he was like writing it up. He's probably got a few other things he's worked on here. He moved a lot of his work into the virtual realm. No, this isn't Blender. This is all. You can use Blender now, but this at the time this was all using just prims, the prim build system within Second Life, which is built into it. One of the greatest claims to fame from Second Life is that it had an entire build system built into the system. So one of the best places to hang out was in the sandboxes. You go to a sandbox and you're just manipulating prims and putting them together in real time with everybody else watching you do it. It was just so fun and cool. And that whole creative element of it has kind of diminished a little bit now because they allow mesh in there now. So you have a lot of people that are making really great meshes offline, and then they're bringing them in, and the sandboxes are kind of dying a little bit. I mean, the whole virtual world thing has died. The whole Second Life thing has died. I think they're down. They were up at like 9 million concurrent users. I think now they're down to like 800,000, something like that. On VTubers, I don't know what that is. Something wildly different. Yeah, look, Second Life's got anything you could possibly imagine in here. It has very, very, you can go to Isti Island and you can collaborate as an educator, or you can go have furry sex in the corner. It's everything. And that's the thing about a virtual world is that, you can't really control what's there. You can definitely control the different sims that are there and stuff. And I actually, one of the main reasons I liked it, besides, the sex, yes, I had sex, in case you're wondering, with people through. I mean, who didn't? But I'm not going to try to pretend you that I didn't. Not as furry, but which I'm not judging you if you did. But there's ways to dance in here. But probably the most entertaining thing I did in here of all was perform live. And actually, a lot of my rig that I got, my all set up for performing, I did singer-songwriting stuff. I would actually be paid in Linden. You can if you want. Look, you know what? I got no secret side from you in here, man. It's like, everybody always wonders when you talk about Second Life, did you actually do anything in there? And I'm like, yes, I did. I'm just going to own it. I danced with people. I had sex with people. I played around with all that stuff. It's a very exploratory place to be, for better or worse. I also made full-blown firefighter simulations so they can spot fires. I was paid for that. I also made a weapon system for a capture sim. I also made a bouncy ball. I made, I built an entire island. I did, but my favorite thing that I did in there was I participated in open mics where you go to the open mic and you could just sing and people would pay you. And they would pay you in Linden dollars for singing. And it was like one of the first ways that I got my because of Second Life, because I was able to go in there and play with no expectations behind an avatar. I met Broadway stars in here that became good family friends with whom I never had sex, by the way. And, I met one of my best family friends I met was in Florida. We actually later, our families met together and we went to Disneyland together. There's just so many great things that came out of it. But you could blame my leaving the Mormon church and getting divorced on Second Life too, because it changed who I was. I realized there was so much more to life than what I was experiencing as a Mormon. So, I mean, that's the danger of the internet, right? Is that you actually are exposed to maybe more than whatever system you were raised in wants you to know. And then you start to find out about other things and experience other things. And you're like, oh, I think it is an all around good thing. So did you have the virtual helmet on your head? No. This is not a VR thing. So SL is not a VR thing. It's just a mouse thing. So you just run a mouse. It's like a really bad video game that you might have played other times. You know what I mean? Who is that? I made a rose prim. I made a 300 prim rose. I used to give those. I worked in the ballet. I did. I was a stage designer for the ballet. I had this really awesome dragon avatar. Boy, I missed that. It was just really, really fun. It makes me want to go back actually a little bit, because it's just such a fun place to just meet people of all types. I met strippers who were psychology professionals in the real world. I met that let their guard down and they would tell you what they actually did, and then it's just so fascinating. I imagine it's just an absolute wasteland now because it just died. It just got really. I don't know how we got on this, but looks like this was a virtual funeral for a real person. Sometimes they would have virtual funerals, and sometimes they would have real funerals. And this is my architect friend's sim. So, I met handicapped army veterans in here. There's an entire island. It's called Veterans Island or something like that. It's all military veterans who are disabled in some way. There was one island where I met a bunch of autistic people who absolutely can't function in society normally. They're non-speaking people, but in Second Life, they can talk. I had sex with a 90-year-old. I kid you not, it's a true story. I had sex with an 80 or 90-year-old and one of the crazy sex sims just randomly. And she came right up to me and she's just like asking me all these questions and stuff. And I was like, whatever. I mean, I wasn't really into it or anything. And during the effort, the whole thing, it's going to get clipped. She goes, I actually am in a retirement home. I'm like 80 years old because we were going through the whole thing. It was like near the end for her, I guess. And she was like, I feel so young. She was literally, oh my God, it was just so crazy. I have never told anybody that story. Not even my wife. Oh shit. It was the silliest thing. It was so funny because her avatar wasn't particularly pretty or anything, but boy was she horny. Oh my God, that story. I'm never going to live that story down. I'm just never going to live it down. I've never told anybody that story. That's what the live stream will do to you. I was in one of these really crazy. The strangest thing about SL is that you will meet people in really unusual places because people will go to some of the weirdest places just to people watch, because the people watching is crazy. The people watching in some of these like places that you didn't know existed, you're like, I can't believe all these people. So you're just sitting there, you're like totally fascinated. You're just people watching. And sometimes when you go to one of those sims, you'll randomly find somebody else and they'll be like, this person doesn't feel like they're supposed to be here. Something's not right. And so you like reach out to them and they'll be like, oh, are you people watching too? This is crazy, isn't it? And you end up making friends with them because you're both there to people watch and you're both watching the same crazy stuff together, and you end up making some of the best friendships I ever had at Second Life, was just watching some of the crazy stuff that was going down. And that was one of them, actually. It was just, yeah, it's just, you gotta understand, I was Mormon, so I was just really curious about everything. I was curious about everything. I was like, what do people actually believe? What do they think? How do they talk? I mean, you could go race. I made surfboards for Dragon Moon, so you could go windsurf. I just did so many things. The reason I really like it is because it's creative. It's not just, I'm just going to go play Fortnite and dance. You can make a dance, right? And then actually made Mopose. It was a generic open source pose ball. This is another true story. It's kind of weird. So I made basically one of the better open source pose balls. And what that is it's a ball that you put animations and stuff in, and then you attach it to other things. And then you can make furniture and stuff out of it. My wife at the time, she was into furniture, so I made it for her first, and then I put it out there and sold it for that was a free thing to get people to buy other stuff that I made, some of my other tools and stuff. And they would buy my they would so I was in this sim. True story. What ended up happening is a bunch of sex animation people got a hold of my pose ball because I had good code. I had some good code in the animation thing. I wrote it completely abstract so that it could be used for anything. It was meant to put dances in or anything, but obviously the big money is in the sex animations. And dance animation, by the way, if you ever want to make really big money in there, make dance animations. Get yourself a green screen or a suit or something and make those, and you can sell them for crazy amounts of money. And so my generic free Mopose kit, which got spread all over in all the free boxes and stuff. it started to become a standard tool that people would put in to the furniture like this. Like, see that person sitting right there? That would have an invisible pose ball on it, and you would right click on the pose ball and sit, right? And it would play the animation. So people would incorporate my pose ball into their thing. But this is the thing I didn't count on. So because the Mopose ball was owned by me, and it had to be the primary prim in order to be sat on, that meant that when people would inspect Element on all the furniture and everything else, it would show as my ownership first. And they'd have to know enough about looking at prims and stuff to see who else owned all the rest of the prims. But I didn't plan that. It was really great for, getting my name out there. But everybody, so no kidding, it's happened at least twice. I remember one in particular. We were in a mall setting, and somebody came up and said, "Oh, you're Mo. You're Mo from like Mopose? Are you like the Mo from Mopose?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he says, "Oh my God, I love your sex animation, blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, "I didn't make that. I didn't make that. I didn't make that. I made the pose ball. And somebody used it. I'm like, oh." It's like, so occasionally people would see that and they would like, they thought that I had created all of these some of these really great, eventually better pose balls came out that were using like hearts, or, like little prims that were different shapes and were just plain old circles anymore. And so I got less known, but for a while there, people were going around. Yeah. And I put those on the OpenSim market too for IBM, because I helped develop and run all of IBM's OpenSim world, and did a whole bunch of Avatar series training videos on that and everything back in the day. This is, from 2007 to 2010, I was very active in a virtual worlds. In fact, you could say it was the only thing I did outside of my day job, and whatever else. But yeah, it's really fun. I really got into Blender for a while and everything. Probably time for me to shut up now and go do something else. So yeah. Oh, we got a few followers. Yes, DJ. He does have a museum collection. He really does. You see all the terminals he has? It's pretty cool. Anyway, probably time to take a break. But yeah. So we were talking about conferences, and that's what got me on this. I'm really intrigued by the whole idea of a virtual conference again. I think it might pick up some steam nowadays, that people are play Skyrim. Yeah, people are leaving. The reason that the Second Life, I think, died is because the number of the number of people with machines that could do it diminished. Because there was a big laptop and iPad adoption at that time. And so there was actually these things against each other. There was like mobile, and everybody was still moving around. They weren't stuck in their house, versus, these virtual worlds, which required a pretty hefty GPU to even run, because there's nothing efficient in these worlds that are built by people. Some of them are really horribly inefficient because they're just built randomly by people who throw 1,000 prims together, and they don't think about, economies of scale. It's one of the reasons World of Warcraft, I would sit there and stare at a wall for 10 minutes, because this entire thing was like one prim, and it was like really, really efficient, right? So the point being that Second Life and virtual worlds died out, largely because it was based on the assumption that they could train people up and that they would enjoy their time in here. I did a lot of training. I taught workshops and stuff at SD and at local NC ties and stuff, to try to get people up to speed in it. And it was hard. It was hard because they'd have to really want to play Dollhouse and doll up their avatar and learn how to drive the thing around, and then they had to learn how to chat. It was just a really big learning curve, even though it was really entertaining once you got up to it. Not everybody is a gamer, but I think it was a little bit premature. I think now with COVID and the whole VR trap taking off again, I think we're going to see, and the other thing too is that more and more professionals have rigs at home because they're doing their own streaming and participation work at home, so they're not as inclined. John Mad Dog? Oh, yes, I did know John Mad Dog. Why does that name ring a bell? Yeah, I mean that rings a real bell. I can't remember. But my point is that a lot of there's a lot there's the tendency right now is going to be buy a bigger rig because you're going to be working from home. Do you know what I mean? And there's going to have a lot more people that are going to buy a computer that they can also play games on. I think you're going to see a lot less laptop sales. I think with COVID going forward, as long as these companies are going to be okay with you working remotely, you're going to see people having lightweight laptops to get around, to get their work done when they need to, and to check in. And you're going to see more and more big rigs that have gaming hardware on them because more and more people are turning to games and using that as their central system, and then that's what they stream. That's what they stream and do their Zoom calls with and stuff like that. Because you're seeing it more and more. Yeah, the MSI laptop is freaking amazing. It's like really powerful. Runs every game. Yeah, I know about that one. We had somebody bring one in actually. Cloud signed in from Light laptops. Yeah. That's what's going to happen. I think that's going to be a thing. So the bottom line is, I think the horsepower. I think gaming is becoming so. Second Life there's been multiple waves of. There was a thing called VRXL. Do you guys remember this? Or was it VRML? Do you guys remember VRML? It was a virtual worlds modeling language or something. It was in the 90s or the early 2000s, and there was just not enough bandwidth for it at all. Nobody could move. You couldn't bring down enough stuff. All these virtual worlds they all struggle with one thing. They have to be able to send the data about the world over the wire. And you guys already know, anybody who's played Skyrim knows how much data that is, because you have to download it on your disk, right? And so if you're talking about a virtual world that's been hand constructed, you have to download that stuff on the fly. So there's like some amount of time you have to wait for everything to res. And we didn't have the bandwidth for that kind of thing until at least 2007, and then that happened. And then Second Life kind of died out because of the hardware thing. But now everybody's got hardware that's easily can power at least a level of Second Life animation and stuff like that. So I think we're going to start to see, particularly with the COVID thing, we're going to start to see an uptick. I'd be curious. I haven't read anything in the news about SL. I bet that their adoption has probably gone back up, even though they haven't changed almost anything about the world's architecture, because they got millions and millions of worlds and hundreds of thousands of servers that are still up. Across the whole world, by the way. This is the only place I've ever plopped down into, Paris, and was able to speak French with everybody that I ran into. So it's the thing. Thoughts on Google Stadia controller? Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I think something like Stadia is probably going to be the next virtual world that wins. The only problem, it's got to be able to be customized. The reason Second Life was such a raving success is because the whole world literally was built by the people in the world. Everything in Second Life was built by someone in the world. The only thing Second Life made was the tools to build stuff and gave them the place to build, and the community built everything. They built it all, and that is one of the great appeals. It's like Minecraft times 10, because it's you can put whatever you want in there. Unreal or Unity Engine now, at least for VR. I think it is, and the problem I have with that is you have everybody you have avatar builders. People are doing very creative things in Unreal Engine to build their VR, their VR avatars and stuff like that, and I think that's fine. I don't think any of those are going to have the appeal of a sandbox. There is something very unique about having a multi-user sandbox world. A multi-user sandbox world is just, you feel like you're a peer with everyone else in the world. This is actually, it was a huge thing when they added mesh, because it fractured the community. Because now all of a sudden you have professional 3D developers who are bringing their wares into the store, who are professionals, Mudbox users, and versus the common person who put a few prims together and knows how to do textures and has a really pretty couch. Now that couch that has maybe 10 extra prims versus the one person who knows how to use Blender, or it loses out and nobody wants to buy it. And it was a huge deal, because it took the whole dynamic of Second Life that everybody was on equal footing as a creator. And it said, oh, now we're going to give preference to those people who can do 3D. And and that was kind of unfair. It was already kind of there. People who could do textures for prims and make skins, for example, they made gobs and gobs of money. And making a skin is really, really hard. You have to do UV mapping and all kinds of stuff. It was just really hard. I tried it a little bit. I was working on a skin for a while, but yeah, it's fun stuff. Yeah, I don't know. There we are. There's this is his real world structure that he had. That was blonde Mo. I had like a dark hair Mo and a blonde Mo. It's like, I mean, oh, I wish you could see. I would sit and look at things like, I know this is silly, but I would sit and look at every single prim in these shoes. These shoes had over 300 prims in it. And normally in a 3D world, that would be a bad thing, right? I haven't played Among Us, no. But these amazing Converse, I made my own set of shoes. They were pretty good. But these were not mine. These were somebody else's. I made my own hair. See that hair right there? Yep. So I'm telling you, it makes you into like a, somebody who likes to play with dolls. So that those shoes, the thing of it is your avatar. You walk around with your avatar, and people will you'll have a conversation or something, but people will zoom in on your shoes and they will look at every single detail of your shoe. And that was something about Second Life that was always really amazing. Exact Puppet in 3D. You could people have tried that actually, Fecal. There was an entire business that would take a picture of your face and it would make an avatar of your face. But the reason none of those took off is because they didn't have the level of creativity this does. Look at him. He put a set of plans in this is like the diploma giver I made. There was a college that had a commencement activity and I made a diploma giver. So no kidding, the graduates would go up, stand on a pose ball that I made, and they would click on a menu that would pop up, a HUD, and which HUDs are fun to make, by the way. I really love those. And you would click on it, give, and it would do the animation that I made. I used Poser to make the animation, and it would give you the diploma, and the diploma would show up in your inventory. And then it was actually the experience of, I am getting a diploma from you. And I was super proud of that project. I mean, that was a freaking awesome project. And the firefighter one was another really fun one, And I was also the primary developer for this really active interactive light show artist, and she would dance around with all these light things, and she was always asking me for new stuff to put in her system. And no, never had sex with her either, because she was actually a man. She was a retired clown in England. No kidding, true story. There was a retired clown in England who became one of the biggest art and light shows in all of Second Life, as a name that I won't say. But just extremely artistic, It was almost like this person had been raised in the clown entertainment industry and has always wanted to be one of those high flying, kind of trapeze artists, and lived out that fantasy in retirement and really nailed it. I mean, made a ton of money just doing these light shows. He became really well known for doing light shows. I'll never forget the day that he friended me on LinkedIn, and I was like, because I had no idea who the person was. I had no idea. And I was like, okay. And then it was just really amazing. I could tell so many stories about Second Life. It was amazing. But this guy, companies would hire him to come put on light shows, and he would dance around, and she would, dance around and do all this stuff. You worked in the adult industry for years, and the number of people that want to hook up at adult stars versus the number of people that will actually talk with them is so vastly different. Yeah. Did you delete LinkedIn? I did. I deleted my LinkedIn completely. I'm not on LinkedIn anymore. Nope. No more LinkedIn for me. So yeah, I'm just randomly talking at this point. Yeah, God. We almost made this. This was going to be our watchtower. We're going to have we didn't ever get to making that. But we made all this, and then I made the other stuff. We made a big old mall on the corner, and that didn't ever turn out. This thing did stay though. They kept that. let's raid a channel. Nah, you can raid if you want. LinkedIn. I'm not on linking anymore. I'm not on LinkedIn. And LinkedIn responsible with Kappa. Yeah. Yeah, I deleted LinkedIn. Raid's hard to be XOT. Isn't this cool? I mean, this isn't on topic. This is just me talking anyway. Wait, what am I gotta talk? I gotta change my break. I'm like talking about random things. I was talking about something before. What was I talking about? Conferences or something? I forgot what my topic is. I don't even know. Break until 8:30. 8:30. I'm just talking. And again today we're going to be doing web development at Beginner Boost stuff, walkthroughs of the Learning Web Design book at 10 o'clock. The joke was that LinkedIn and the other platforms don't delete your data. Oh, yeah, you can delete LinkedIn, but they will not delete you. Right? You're the product, man. One of the reasons I want to get off of there. Look, I just love John's work. He made all this stuff for us. I'm glad he did it. He really put his heart and soul into it. We paid him good though. So, yeah. I mean, this is one of those things where I gave up control. I said, you know what? I want an actual architect to seed the ideas of this thing, and then I built it. So he architected it, and then I built it. I would actually put my builder avatar on and put my knee pads on and my tool belts and everything. Yeah, I won't lie. I miss it. I miss it a lot. I do. I miss it. It was really fun. It was fun because it was creative and it was educational and it was changing the world and it had sex and dancing in it. You know, it was like all of those things. And I met amazing people. I met, I met people that I would never, ever have met in real life. Kind of like live streaming, Yeah, I'm off Facebook. I've been off Facebook for a while, but so yeah, I have nothing to do with them. I'm not pushing them or anything. Yeah. I might stop back in there. I'll have to talk to my wife about it because I don't want to go back in there unless it's together. The hard part about anonymity and sexy avatars is you do randomly get people that you have to deal with, and it's much more fun to going in there as a couple, like walking around and checking stuff out and stuff like that. I don't imagine there would be anybody left in here that I would be interested in meeting. I like meeting people, but so I don't know. I have to talk about that. We got other stuff going on. I don't have time for a Second Life. It will take all my time. It will take all your time because it's so crazy and fun and you're flying around and everything. It's like, and I would rather be making knowledge net stuff, but it's already taken too much time. It's taken up like an hour of conversation already. So, but let's just back up a bit. The reason that this appeals to me is because you can never let go of our need for art and sex, but that's not what I'm talking about. This is mostly about art. And this is why when I slam on people for playing games all day, it's the all day part. It's not the games. The games are not the bad thing, right? We all need, we need art, and games are art at the end of the day. We need music and stuff like that. You can't, and you can cut the sex out. You don't have to do that. But, particularly as you get older. But you could probably do without sex, but you can't do without art. I promise you that. You can't. And art is my wife and I talk about this all the time. She's a professional artist, and art is in everything. Every television show you've ever watched, every game you've ever played, every bit of music you've ever listened to, down to the very clothing that you wear, all of it is art. And you without it, there's really no reason to living. They say, there's a famous quote from Dead Poets Society. It's like, math, sciences, those are all noble pursuits, necessary for life, but the arts are what we live for. And I didn't get that quote right, but it's one of the best quotes in all of the Poet Society. It's like, that's why we're alive. So the noble pursuits of arts and sciences and computers and all that, and knowledge exchange, and all that, those are all really, really important for, maintaining life. But the reason for living is art. And so you can't dismiss it. And there is no better online community for expressing art than Second Life. I swear to God, the stuff that I have seen, there's entire museums. In fact, there is one, the recreation of the Louvre, and there's another couple that have actually been put in the Louvre. They have a permanently backed up computer that just supports virtual art and that's been done in there. And every time, look, here's another example. You see my background right here? Right? This background I have right here. Minecraft has a library, right? Yeah, it should have a library, right? So the background I have, this is somebody's artistic expression of, working. Why do I have it as my background? Because we have to have art. We have to have it, whether it's, it's the music that you listen to in your ears, or you don't want to code unless there's art involved. I don't, anyway. Some people can do away with it more than others. I can't. I'm very, I have to have particularly sound and music. I'm a music guy. My wife's very visual. She's 100% visual. She's so visual. She can see things in ways that just astound me. And she can translate what she sees onto paper just so easily. It's so crazy. It just absolutely amazes me. I'm more of I have to have structure and everything. Time for me to take a break since I am randomly talking. I said till 8:30, so we'll see how long that goes. And we'll come back and do something else that's not this. I don't know what, but we'll figure it out. At some point this morning, I'm gonna have to take a break and clean up and stuff. But the stretch redeemed. Yes. I CM Griffin the other day, I was watching him on his stream. He's so funny. I love him. It was like he got up, he had kind of an outfit on, and he was like taking his streams. He was like doing his stretches in front of the whole camera for everybody. I was like, I gotta do that. That's a great idea. He's like, it's like helping everybody get out of their chair. This is just awesome. This is the thing. I mean, I bag on Twitch all the time, but the people on Twitch, the friendships I've made with people on Twitch, now that is 100% worth it. And the people at Twitch would tell me, well, you wouldn't have had those relationships if it hadn't been for us. So stop bagging on Twitch because you wouldn't know those people if it hadn't been for us. So there, and they're absolutely right. So I should be nicer. Yep. Oops, wrong thing. So, I'm going to put the rain noises back on a little bit. How's that? And I'll be back at 8:30. Oh, you guys are crazy. Well, pretend like you didn't say that. You weirdos. Love you, though. You know, we're all weird in some way. Some people just know about it more. Whether I'd be in the bed. Look, it's fine. It's fine, Mushi. Don't worry. We're all friends here. We're all friends here. Time to me regroup here. I do only have a couple hours before we're going to do several hours of working through the web book, learning web design. Don't worry. Here, see, it's always forgotten. Oh God, can we not? Fair. Can we just not? I mean, this is relatively boring stuff that I'm going to be doing. Oh my God, really? It must be Saturday morning. You guys are all fired up. All right, I'm putting some music on, and I'll let you guys randomly chat for a bit. I'm putting some different music on. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my old standby, Chili Peppers Radio. Never lets me down. There's no forgetting. It's okay. People, it's okay. See, look. Wiped from memory. Oh, haven't missed the thunder. Yeah, there is thunder, but it's not now. So yeah. Oh, it's very good. Wait, why is it not playing? Play, damn it. Oh, I know why. Wait. What have I done? Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh. That's what I needed. A little bit of rain. Chili Peppers in the background. It's so funny when I put this music on it. It really sounds like I'm DJing. You can't hear the music. I wish you could. It's my one great wish in life, is that people who make music could be paid and we could still listen to their music together and pretend to be DJs. Really? Yeah. I wonder if my Twitch channel is still updating my Spotify like it was promising to do. I mean, because that's a critical thing I should focus on right now, right? I should probably read the Twitch chat. Then we get raided. I need a raid monitor. We got raided the other day and like, you're getting raided. Figure out a license we can subscribe. Wouldn't that be great, Mouse? I mean, I know you love your music too, right? Wouldn't it be great? I want to live to see the day where any music created on planet Earth is like free season and we can just, house party over live streams. That is like really a dream of mine. I mean, that's because it's just, it just would be so cool. I mean, it's exactly what I would do in real life. In real life, I'd have you over and we would DJ the party, Yeah, some people it's music, some people it's oranges, apparently. See, I can't, you just have to hear me sing it. It's not nearly as good if you can't hear the sing-along, right? Yeah, it is really. It is. They just need to. There just needs to be a way to actually get them the money they deserve, and because they really deserve it. The problem is the people making the music don't even get a fraction of the money, and that's just really so sad. You know, it's the people that are playing this game as a corporation. The artists would be okay with it, with getting like a one-time payment or something. Some of them anyway. Not Metallica, for God's sake. Metallica could bite me. Robin Williams. Oh, did his show come out? Oh my God, I've been missing the show. Did it come out today? Why is Robin Williams coming up in the news? I love him. He's like one of my favorite actors of all time. Birdcage. Anyway. Did they apologize about Napster? I'm still on break, that's right. Hey, look, I'm doing that still on break, that's right. Hey, look, I'm doing that still on break, that's right. Hey, look, I'm still on break, that's right. Hey, look, I'm doing that still on break, that's right. Hey, look, I'm doing that still on break, that's right. WeChat, yeah, WEE chat. WeChat, yeah, WEE chat. WeChat, yeah, WEE chat. WeChat, yeah, WEE chat. Don't know what's up with Pearl.com. WeChat, yeah, WEE chat. Don't know what's up with Pearl.com. WeChat, yeah, WEE chat. Don't know what's up with Pearl.com. WeChat, yeah, WEE chat. Don't know what's up with Pearl.com. Oh, they did? Interesting. Oh, they did? Interesting. Oh, they did? Interesting. Oh, they did? This is insane. Interesting. Oh, they did? This is insane. Interesting. Oh, they did? This is insane. Oh, they did? This is insane. This is insane. This is insane. Tomorrow, 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 Bullet dodge. Bullet dodge. Bullet dodge. I'm like losing track of where I am now. Bullet dodge. I'm like losing track of where I am now. Bullet dodge. I'm like losing track of where I am now. Bullet dodge. I'm like losing track of where I am now. There we go. I'm like losing track of where I am now. There we go. I'm like losing track of where I am now. There we go. We're gonna do a track related from Twitch to Freenode. Yes, we're gonna do that. We don't have that yet. It doesn't take very hard. Related from Twitch to Freenode. Don't eat the brown pill. All right, that was 12-year-old humor, but funny. No, WeChat is not. No, WE chat is Chinese made. BitchX isn't there anymore. IRSSI is a thing if you want it. WeChat is the spiritual progenitor or ancestor of BitchX. case you're wondering. Bum bum bum. Give me a sec here. Yeah, I can still hear the rain. Can still hear the rain. Oh no, what are you doing? Are you PMing me? Is it private? I should probably private my PMs. Give me a second so I can read the PM. Good, you hear raining? Nice. You're supposed to. BOFH, get you an OAuth token. Yeah, I know about the OAuth token. Do you want one? I already have one, actually. Do you want the one I have? I've already done Twitch before. I have the token around. I was just wondering if you still... are you on it? Yeah, I know. Do you have a bot that already does the transfer? Or are you working on one? Yep. That the OAuth tokens you get from that give you like full access to the RC, so you can do everything as me. Are you working on that right now? Otherwise, I can wait. I mean, maybe I could give you a new one. Let me see if I can give you a new one. It's probably worth getting a new one anyway. All right, you gotta be careful with this thing, Vera. I'm gonna give it to you, but please, I mean, you know what I mean. Please tell me that I sent that to you. Not to the rest of the IRC, in which case I just have to revoke it, but that would be fine. That actually, so just so you know, that has didn't come through. I mean, you know, worst case scenario, someone takes over my Twitch IRC. Oh no. You got it? Okay, I'm clearing the screen. You got it, right? We got to be careful here in this whole live streaming thing. I've gotten so much better about not doxing things. Not perfect, of course. But, all right. Let's see. Santa Rob. Yeah, it's my wife made that hat. I still have it somewhere. I should probably wear it. It's kind of hot. Kind of cold. Yes, I still have it. You know what? My head is actually cold this morning, and I was like looking for variety. So, just for the sake of our new... It's actually very nice. It feels very nice. I mean, it matches my black uniform. This is kind of a uniform, in case you're wondering. I have like 6 of them. Because I don't like thinking about getting dressed. Is that bad? Is that bad of me? No, I am not even lying. I'm not lying. I do not like thinking about getting dressed in the morning, so I wear the same shirt every time. It's my gnome hat, man. This is my gnome hat. Custom made, hand felted. Say I love you. Oh shit. Damn it. Hey, look, there's my OAuth token. Fuck. Just after I said I had to be careful too. So Vera, I gotta get rid of that one right away. I know. Like, depending on the kindness of all y'all. You know what? And I know I told everybody, and then I cleared it from the screen. Just give me a second. It's fine. Let's see, to revoke the tag, and go to your Twitch settings and revoke generator. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. All right, disconnected. It's so funny. I was so careful to clear the chat. Yeah. Yeah, it's gone. It's already gone. I'm like fucking around with my hat, and meanwhile, my token... It's at least entertaining, is it not? I mean, hey, let's watch Mr. Rob screw up again. Seriously, I was so careful with the IRC that I forgot that it was right there on the webpage. Man, there's a lot of other stuff in here I need to disconnect too. Like, you guys remember the I'm gonna disconnect this one. Gnome Twitch? What is that in there for? You're out. LibrePay. Why is LibrePay in here? I don't think that needs to be in here either. That can be gone. User voice, what is that? Nope, that's gone. I'm deleting everything. I'm probably breaking apps here that I don't know about. But I don't care. Live Edu TV. Why is that connected? This shouldn't be here. Patreon. Why is that connected? It doesn't need to be connected. I guess it can be connected. Streamlabs is out of here. StreamYard is out of here. Restream is out of here. Discord will leave. There you go. I'm going to give you a new one. I'm going to try to give you a new one. You want to try a new one, Vera? We're still on break here officially. Are you there? I'm going to try to do better. I'm going to do better this time. All right, let me see if I do this right. What are you saying there in the Twitch? If I have the same shirt? I know. It's like I have some that are short sleeves, and I have like seriously, I literally have thousands of t-shirts and 5 hoodies from when I run a business. So it's like the only thing I ever wear on stream because I don't have to think about it. I know it doesn't have very much variety, but you know, it is the thermos cup. Yeah, it's my Patagonia cup. I mean, I got it from Mario. I was gonna say the truth is actually that's a secret from the art community in New York. That's why everybody wears black. In New York, for a long time, my wife told me, she goes, black is one of the colors that you can wear on the street all the time, and it still looks good if you get dirt on it and stuff. So, you know, a lot of the art community, everybody, they'll just wear all black. It's one of the reasons New York wears all black all the time. Oh, you are ready? Okay, sorry. I missed that. I'm sorry. I'm here. All right. Where is that URL that you sent to me? All right. The implicit grant flow. Okay. I'm about to give access. Are you ready? All right. So it has just, I don't know if the all is going to come through again. Let me check again. All right. Am I on the right chat? Confirmed. Right chat confirmed. Pasting. Enter. Boom. All right. You got that? I'm going to be very methodical here. I don't want to do this again. So. Dream of Californication. Did you get it? What are you talking about? You want me to paste it again? No. God damn it. I did, didn't I? This is like the worst day ever. You've got to be kidding me. Mr. Rob learns to use the internet. I can't believe this. Seriously, I was like super careful too. Thank God for the status bar, which I didn't look at. I am so bad. I'm not even gonna lie. It's like disconnect. I swear to God, I would PM'd you. Someone else needs to say something so they can know where I am. Okay, there we go. It's just fun. We're having fun, right? Are we having fun? All right. How about now? Only say yes if it's the right chat. Oh, it's fun. And maybe you can learn from my foibles. If anybody else out there, yes, okay. If he can be taught. No, really. Maybe you can learn not to be a dummy like me. And you'll learn from my mistakes. I'm gonna say though, this is, you know, other people think I'm crazy doing any of this on a full desktop stream. How about that? That is the right chat, right? I'll go. I know the Twitch is going crazy on me. They're like, oh, this idiot. They didn't get to see it though because they're not in IRC. If they're in IRC, anybody on the internet could have seen it. All right, thank you. All right, I'm gonna clear it now. Vera, close. Wait, no. I'm gonna do a buffer clear. I mean, other than people who are good friends of Freenode who can see it. Buffer clear. Close. Now I'm back into normal chat. This isn't a PM. Vera is really loving this. All right, now it's time for me to close this web page so it's not the first thing everybody sees. Let me just review the connection list so you can see. Yep, extensions connected. Twitch chat OAuth token generator is officially... You know, you can actually generate an OAuth token without that. I have a tool for that. But c'est la vie. So I'm going to close that setting down and make sure my screen is nice and clean and ready for y'all. And there we go. So I can come back to the land of the living. Yep. Phew. Well, that was quite an ordeal. Yep. All right. So it says I'm breaking until 8:30. I'm still breaking, sort of. We are working on a bridge, though, for y'all. That's what's up. And so that's why we were doing that. Yeah. So This can go off now. Schedule, skill stack, Gitea. Oh, we're gonna talk about Gitea. We should probably talk about domains. Like it slow. I kind of want to write some code. It's Saturday, so you know. Yeah, I was going through the domains, and I kind of want to do this again. So I'm actually gonna do something that's rather boring. Apologize, y'all, but you're welcome to talk and ask questions and stuff because this is like really easy stuff that we're doing. But I want to take a moment to organize my domains based on the new information about Gitea. So I'm playing around with the idea just to kind of actually. I'm gonna put a topic change here. All right, so topic change coming. The topic is all right, so yeah. There we are. All right, people. So I welcome if you're new or you just clicked in. I got good music on the ears going on, so I got to turn that down a little bit. So on this wonderful Saturday morning, I'm trying to organize. So long story short, I am strongly considering moving many of my repos off of GitHub and GitLab and managing them on Gitea, a Gitea system that I run in DigitalOcean. And I really am sold on the whole ecosystem of DigitalOcean. Full disclosure, I am planning on actively pursuing a job with DigitalOcean over the next few months. It's my #1 pick for a company to get a job with right now. I actually did a little stream about that earlier. If you want to click my favorite companies, DigitalOcean just checks the boxes on everything that I believe in, and literally everything. So I'm going to actively pursue a job there, and a part of that is the DigitalOcean approach to the world is, you know, self-hosting your services and decentralizing. And I believe in a world. I wrote a log entry about this, but I believe in a world where as many of the services that we use that can be decentralized, the better. And decentralized hosting is better for the world than decentralized hosting of platform hosting is better for the world. So that's an Amazon, a DigitalOcean, a Linode kind of thing, is better for the world than the GitHubs of the world and the GitLabs, because decentralized services are still making money off of collecting and harvesting you, whereas decentralized, unless they have an alternative business model, which both GitHub and GitLab do, they make money on the side doing other things, enterprise offerings and stuff like that. But how's it going? Oh gosh. So is that coming in from, all right, RBX Bridge. So DigitalOcean is awesome. They're a great company. But one of the things that I like the most about DigitalOcean, and honestly, I have no affiliation with them right now. I've been very open with you. I always have been. I really hate it when people have affiliations like with I don't know, like what's that one? What's that? Try Hack Me, for example. There's a lot of people affiliated with Try Hack Me who are making money off that. Just trolling with it. Oh, nice. You doing the bridge? Where are you coming from, Liquid? Or are you typing that into Twitch? Did you send it into Twitch? Into Twitch? Is it Twitch? We have a bridge already? Oh my god, look at you go. Where did you get the bot? Yeah. That's fantastic. You're new to DigitalOcean, but they They use server farms. Yes, they do. Interesting. What? Can we change that word from IRC to be Twitch, Vera? Yeah, Vera's not going to give up secrets. He's a technocrat. Can you change the word from IRC to Twitch? That's a pretty simple service, right? It's just actually that's a pretty easy bridge, right? I would think that would be a pretty easy bridge because you already have Twitch running in a different IRC channel, right? Yeah. I mean, you almost could just put TW in front of there. What about that? It's almost just a pipe, yeah, right. Would you mind putting TW there instead? Please. Yeah, it's very nice. Yeah, it's our little engineer getting all our work done, our little worker bee. Why don't I show up? Mine don't show up. I feel gypped. Yeah, YT's hard. You know why? I know YT's hard because you have to poll. The polling sucks, man. You gotta I already wrote that stuff. I was doing that stuff earlier. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're taking a break. It was stopped. The RWX bot left and quit. Oh, where did he go? Anyway, I'll leave you alone and keep talking. Is it old polling or long polling? It's I don't know. It's polling. Why does this? Oh, you're doing a full bridge. Look at you. Look at you go. It's like you're doing it like both ways. Holy cow. No, lowercase TW. It has to be lowercase. I put my foot down. I'm okay with RWX bridge, but I have opinions. I have to feel like I matter somehow. No, my decision making is that it must be lowercase TW. I can make Graves say that unexpected users won't know isn't him. Oh, can you really now? At Rob. Oh, wait, that'd be fun. Let's try that. At. Oh, wait. Hello there. Oops. I'm going to spell hello like SMTP. SMTP. Oh, man. Test 1. Test 2. So my stuff doesn't go through. Yeah, I may try a new Twitch account. Yeah, I mean, I have one. Vera, I have an RWX bot. Let me get you that info. Give me a sec. I have an RWX bot. You want to use that instead? Let's use that. Let's use that for everything. Let me see if I can find it. Since we're doing this right now. It's in the OAuth order. Yeah, I have to. Yeah, let me find it. I mean, I appreciate your help. You know what? You're gonna do the work. I'm gonna take advantage of it right away. Because that's how I roll. So pause while I find this. Hey, welcome. Oh boy, that's not good. You're gonna take her to. You're gonna take her into the bet or something.
I gave her. No, you just wait. I gave her potato. She was making potato fries.
You gave her potato soup?
No, just potato.
Oh. I am wearing your hat. Can you see?
I see it.
Very nice. Hi, everybody's in here talking to me. They all woke up, so I'm trying to do password accounts too at the same time. So, but I enjoy. I am not playing Fallout New Vegas, but by popular demand, I have returned to having that as my standby screen, so they can't see my passwords.
Oh, I see.
My family has awoke. All of them are in the room.
You should really play
Sam is here. Doris is here. Otto is here.
I'm gonna bring Sam into the camera.
Okay, come here.
Well, she's got diarrhea.
She's got. Oh, you can't. It's like. Oh yeah, don't make her poop on me. Oh my God. Here's doggy. Hi Sam, how are you? I'm sorry. We were like on standby. Like it's the dog show.
Now he's gonna get an allergic reaction.
Oh yeah, I am. That's okay. She's like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? Can I stop now?
It's like, I just ate.
I just ate. You're gonna make me, you know what? Oh wow, look at that. RWX bird.
I had a nightmare that you wanted to have a gathering with your skill stack people. And you were adamant about it. And I was
A gathering with what skill stack people?
I know, but that's what your point. You were like, skill
Hey.
stack's gonna die if I don't have this gathering. I was like, there's COVID.
There's COVID. We're not having an outing.
You were like, I don't care.
We talked about conventions and how and conferences, how the differences. The conferences suck. Conventions are fun, and we got into the whole virtual thing again. I got talking about SL. I like went down nostalgic lane again. Through SL.
You think SL was making a comeback now?
Yeah, I do. I think it might make a comeback. It'd be interesting. I'm not plugging for it. You know what? I found what company I'm going to apply for now. So if DigitalOcean is watching there, watch for my resume. It's like the coolest company ever. So the dog is happy. She's happy. Hey, dog. What can we do here? We actually. I just got done with a break, so I should probably take another break soon. But I tell you what, you guys get coffee and get settled, and I'll take a bigger break. This is Otto. You're gonna have to sit in with me, and we're gonna have to bring the microphone in here and have an interview. He's got such interesting ideas. Trying to get him into the streaming thing as well. Just like double brackets. Some people hate it. I don't know. What could we do there? Could we do a? Hey, I mean, we can always change that later. What if we were to do what if we did? What if we did an emoji? Vera will never go for it. What if we did a color? I mean, what if we did different options? All right, let me get you this account. I thought I had one. I guess I don't. So, not being changed again. Not by you anyway. All right, so let me go make this. I thought I had it already, so I'm going to try again. I apologize to anybody who's here for the other topic. This dog is so crazy. She's like dancing on the rug after she eats her food. She's just little yoga poses and stuff. Admin on Discord. I'm going to give you an account for that. So let me try that. Let's do God damn it. I'm not as fast as you, Vera, right now, especially because I've been up forever. I've been required to invite the bot. This is right. So I need another bot. I need to create an account though. So give me a sec. I have to do private window pane. Create a new Twitch account for the bot. Twitch.tv. Ooh, Oasis. People change. So living strange. Where were you when we're getting high? Bye. I'm getting sucked in. Let's see here. Username. Password generation in progress. Vera, are you going to be okay with a really long password? Actually, the bot doesn't have to have crazy good permissions, right? Because it's not modding or anything. It's just reposting chat. Right? All right. So I won't go crazy with the password then and just make something you can remember. And Discord happened to invite it. Yeah. Yeah. I've already got all that, guys. I wasn't planning on doing it right now, but I have all of that. Come here. Come here. Up. How are you, Sammy? Down the hall, stood down a cannonball. Okay. I wasn't planning on doing this. Let me do this. Sky, someday you will find me. Why? Oh God. Good old UB keys. Oh boy. Yeah, Liam and no. It's living strange. It gets banned. That's all I can say. Yeah. Yeah, I made my UB. I love my UB key. I'm not complaining about it. Don't get me wrong. I just have to go. I chose to make it, you know. Let's see here. Where is that window? Only key? You like that? Is that the one that has the pin on it? I could never do the pin. I at one point I was like, I'm going to do the pin thing, and then no way. I thought it was a good idea. I'm so glad I didn't do that. Why? Yeah, I thought about doing that really seriously. But I would, it's already hard enough to me to get to mine. I don't have it easily accessible on purpose. All right, I'm getting there. I promise I'm getting there. I'm going slow because I'm live streaming and I'm playing with passwords, and I've made a couple mistakes today already. So that's why I'm taking so long, in case you're wondering. I don't know about Bitwarden. I'm a Keep SXC fan, big time. Oh crap, I have to have a different email, don't I? Or can I have the same email? I should probably create a new one for this. Yeah. i3? Yeah, a lot of people like i3. I don't. A lot. It's really popular though. Give me Tmux any day. It's my recovery keys aren't stored on a second hardware anyway. Right. Yeah. Well, there's ways around that, right? So. Yeah. A lot of people love it. Yep. If you like graphics at all, then i3. Yeah. I just do Tmux only, and yeah. The Discord perms. I already started it, so I have to finish. I'm gonna change the email on this though later. What? It's not letting me use Proton Mail for my email. When did that become a thing? That sucks. Bot at Hey Rob, is Eric Raymond a cool programmer? You talking about Eric S. Raymond? Yeah, I mean he's a great programmer. That's not why people have a problem with him. You like i3 with Tmux, huh? Yeah, I dropped Alacrity. Not a fan. I used to be. To each his own. Yes, ESR, of course. I don't know. I mean, he's done some good things. I haven't watched his code a lot. Yeah, it's a great project. It's just somebody actually really said something that was funny to me. They said, "Welcome to the party, RWX bot." Do you want the password now, Vera, or you want to wait? What do you want on Discord? You want me to just authorize an app, right? I have a Discord RWX bot account as well. Let me go see if I can find that. That one I know I have. So you're coming here for something else, and all we're doing is setting up bots and stuff. I should probably put a warning. For a lot of its functionality, yeah. I know. That's why. I guess what sold me is this the YAML configuration. That sold me. Hey, y'all. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. Yeah, you can't deal with GNOME terminal. Oh no, Coachella was canceled. Whatever will we do? Should print diagonal sometimes an error. You know what? I'm okay with the brackets in the TW for now. We can fix that later, right? Another a virtual concert. I don't know, man, about that. All right. Oh wait. I don't have a bot account. I have a dummy account for that. All right. So tell me again. Zooming all over the place. Vera. I should still scroll down. The window isn't focused. Oh wow, yeah. Well, that's a function of your IRC client. There's clients that don't do that. Like if you use the chat.rdbx.gg, it won't do that. The web interface doesn't do that. That just depends on the. If you're using WeChat too, it doesn't do it either. WeChat, you can push page up and you can go see the new. You can go. It'll freeze it to where you're at. Yeah, there's a bunch of IRC clients that'll do it. So, Vera, what is the I'm asking you. You just need me to authorize an app on Discord, right? It's not like I have to give you another account. Or do we need an account to do all that? Do you need me to create a bot account? I have one, but I can make another one. The one I have was for SkillStack though. It's SkillBot. It's a different one. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a Discord account for that. To change my perms on Discord to admin. Is that it? All right, I heard you. I hear you. Calm down. It's okay. Everybody can be okay. Where's Discord? I mean, I'm glad we're getting someone banned this spammer. Ding, 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 ding. God help you if you have like sound on. The Offspring, man, I haven't heard them in forever. What? Is my Spotify thing working on my Twitch? Is it showing the last song? It failed. You have a question? Linux, a lot of these T2Is. Ooh, yeah. Boy, I don't know about that one. We're kind of busy on this bot thing right now. But that's a good question. Maybe somebody else out there knows. Oh, Liquidor found an IRC client that has dice. Off abuse. And I have some peace and quiet. Oh, God. All right, Vera, calm down. Let me get you your admin access. So I'm so grateful for you doing this. This is why I'm dropping everything for you. Because I love that you do this. There he is. There's Mr. Vera. All right, and I need to admin him. You're not even logged in. Are you on hide stealth mode? I have to, you know what? This is the thing I hate about Discord. I have to actually add it to the server. I keep forgetting that. So, give me a sec. I don't have time to maintain this kind of thing. Most people don't. That's why you take help, but I take it where I can get it. Web client Rob. Oh, are you okay? It's Kiwi. Yep, it is Kiwi. TTY is the basis of a terminal, but it's not a terminal. It stands for teletype, by the way. All right. Let me find you here. Server settings. Moderation. Streamer mode enabled. Because danger. I think it's actually hard for me to get the role for you right here. Let me see. It's not offering me roles for you right now, Vera. I don't know why that is. I think it might be because I've got streamer mode on. I got a new baby. Wow. Yeah, I'm just glad to have you. It's good to have you here, Mouse. I don't know why it's just so hard. I'm gonna turn streamer mode off. Disable streamer mode. I think that's what's causing it. It's not letting me change the roles. Normally when I do this, it says, what role do you want to give this person? And it's not letting me do that. I mean, where does it usually says roles right there? God damn it. Hang out from a friend from the old days here. Yeah, all of us. I tell my wife about that all the time. Everybody here is just so crazy fun to hang out with. Ba 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 do do. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Shell settings. We're talking about Discord here. Da 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 da. I'm getting there. Yeah, question. Let us know what you come up with. We're kind of distracted right now, but we'd love to help you. I do have a Discord that's got other people you could ask. Those questions hang around a long time. I can't believe how hard this is. It's easier to have a command line interface than just go around through a dozen windows trying to find something. I freaking hate this. I hate how hard this is. It should not be this hard. I'm not mad at you, Sam. Don't worry. She looked at me all worried. Server settings. Moderation. I should probably go to members. Your management. It does go both ways. No innuendo intended. Bum 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 bum. No. Da, da, do, 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 do. I mean, you have to have the. It's unfortunate you have to have the. If you're an IRC, you win. You don't have the extra stuff in there, right? I mean, at least, you know, before, yeah, people were feeling like second-class citizens and stuff. And I don't mind if they feel about second-class citizens now, as long as they know they can communicate. You know what I mean? Da, 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 da. All right, Vera. Oh, here we go. There, you're an admin. Welcome to the club. Can you confirm that for me? And you're a backer. I don't know why I don't have you with backer yet. You know what? It takes too much time for me to do all the backers. If you know what? I got rid of the backer rule because if you're gonna do the Patreon thing, unless I can do an integration, I'm not gonna spend all the time to put all my backers in there. I know I should, but it's all these little things add up and take time, and then you just don't want to stream because it takes all your time. That's the magical thing about it. The best way to do live streaming is to just do what you would normally do and figure out how to work that in. Obviously. Obviously. Hip hip. All right, Vera, you show having admin role right now. So you should be fine. And I'm going to take a break, talk to my wife. I'll come back and we'll be back. We'll do some other coding or something. What time is it? Oh man, I only have a half an hour. Okay, so much for that. But we got a lot done today. Thank you, Vera, for that. Hey, can you get as much of this done before 10 o'clock? At 10 o'clock, we can't have a bunch of extra random chatter going on because we're going to be doing beginner boost. So just wanted to make sure that that's a thing that you're thinking about. I think we're free to go back. this into the trash here. Okay. I think we are almost ready. We'll wait together. All right. We are back more or less for a couple minutes. Twitch chat has never been so busy before. Twitch chat is pretty busy today, I won't lie. And actually, I don't see. Hey, look at that! It's got a Santa hat. You know what? I don't. You know, if you want to use the bot, that's cool. But I'm totally okay with Artifacts Rob being what's used on Twitch if that saves everybody time. I don't necessarily need to have it be there. Talking about your channel, Rob. We can fix it later. Yeah, it's as long as you've got the basics going on, right? All the more reason to have short IRC names, people. 10 characters or less would be better, because it's gonna. I mean, obviously you can do whatever you want here, but it will. I mean, Twitch doesn't care. Twitch will put a big old long thing in there anyway, so who cares really? You know what? This is better because this is. I would rather have this dirty up. Twitch than IRC. Indian head test pattern would be better. A lot of people have suggested that. They're the second, actually third. We're kind of in between things here, so. Oh boy. That was really weird. That was really weird. Whoa. I don't know. Uh-oh. RBXGG does not have a URLs file. Hey, Cyril. Chat message like 500, ain't it? Oh, is it? It's okay. So much going on. The right allocation. The cake is awesome. Awesome. This is totally working now. Oh, I'm gonna click on this. With the short skirt and the long. Ba-dum-bum. Ba-da-ba-dee. Ba-da-ba-dee-bum-bum. RCA Indian is a little racist. Can't do it. Super cool though. It's up early. It's not politically correct in 2020 to put an Indian on your test screen. I mean, it's just not. You might call it diversity or something, but I don't know. It's like cigar totems. You know what I mean? You can't. They're just kind of bordering on racist. Can I like the VM plugin I put in today for pagan syntax? Absolutely. Did you make one? Did you make one? Oh my god. Of course, you can link anything except for boobies and stuff. Okay? Nobody needs to ask for permission to link anything as long as it's not going to get me booby banned or something like that. Alright? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares if it's good? Put it out there and have people that'll come evaluate it and give you feedback. They're not going to judge you. God knows they don't judge me. Or do they? They better not. And no. Boobies in silence. Oh my gosh, you judge me in silence. We all judge each other in silence. It's a part of being human. You have to make judgments about people constantly. This idea that you're not judging people is an absolute myth. Absolute myth. Just own it. You're making silent judgments and decisions about people all the time. You have to. That's how humans work together. You just have to alter what those judgments are and how you make them. Blah, blah, blah. A short skirt and a boobs. I'm not saying boobs are bad. God knows I love boobies. And my wife does too. They're all over the walls everywhere in our house because she's got naked people everywhere. She's painting them all over. She's got naked models signed up and everything. I mean, I like some good, boobies. I like boobies. It's not against boobies. It's just that certain people have a problem with putting boobies on a Twitch stream, so we can't do that. Oh, whoops, sorry. I jumped ahead. Oh my god, now I'm going to have a really hard time reading everything. Oh, you know what I love? Look at this. You can still @ me. Oh, that's cool. Look at that. Because my name is the same on Twitch as it is here. Awesome. Here it is. Hey, guys. Let's open the link to 0.5's stuff here. A Vim plugin. Ooh. Stool piggin. I'm bookmarking this. I don't have time right now, but I am totally bookmarking this. Thank you so much for doing that. You have no idea how much that helps us all. Crap. I missed the first part of the booby thing. So, what were we saying? Okay, so I always tell people to just show it anyway, not the boob. Oh, I get it. Haha. Since nothing is perfect and feedback progress matters a lot. That's true. Absolutely. Completely agree. I judge, therefore I am. Reardon, how are you? Coming from Twitch. Yes, we judge. We look for patterns and just simplify complexity. We totally do. I judge people out loud. I am judging you right now. Mouse, I want to meet you, dude. I want to meet you in real life someday. I mean, all you people. I want to meet all of you. But I've been laughing at Mouse's jokes for close to a year now. And what? Oh wait, what's up?
My dream was right.
You had a dream that we were all going to meet up.
You were trying to make this big meetup, and I'm like, no, you can't because there's COVID, and you got really pissed at me.
We're not. Well, that's not what I would do. Apparently, I got really mad at my wife because we couldn't have a meetup because we would all get COVID. She had a dream. It was like very real. She has really scary, real dreams. It's part of being really visual. We look for patterns to simplify things. Yes. Read the rest. Okay. I like that we got our Twitch people back in here. They're the most vocal anyway. How about our YouTube people? Are they out there feeling left out again? That's too bad. YouTube is tough, man, because you have to like download messages. You can't just sign into a WebSocket or an IRC chat. Tim mentioned when you get a chance. Ooh, the song Confessions, huh? I'm gonna have to look it up right now. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up on my iPad. Don't judge me. You know what? Let's just be real. iPads are really great for what they're intended for, primarily, which is not just. It's not the Violent Femme song, is it? It's not the Usher song. Confessions. Tim. Confessions song from Tim Minchin. The guy is terrifying. This is a song called Confessions. Oh, this is awesome. Wait, I gotta turn this up. The song is entitled Feminism. What? Did you have coffee? I have coffee. I've got my tanker of coffee right here. I'm almost ready. I have to take a break so I can take. This is. I gotta tell my wife about this song, this confession song. Thanks, Mouse. Oh my god, this is so cool. This song, you gotta hear this song, Doris. Oh, this is a great song. This is a great song. But I do love boobs, though. Oh my god! Mouse! Mouse! Everyone has to look this song up. This is so great. Oh my god, it's so crazy. This is awesome. I just really love boobs, though. How did I not know about this guy? Okay, I gotta take a break. I gotta tell my wife about him. Bye. I'm gonna come back later. When I come back, 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is beginner boost. We're doing web development, learning web design. If you want to come back, come join us. Hopefully we'll have all this chitter chatter done by then. I gotta go. All right, I am in about 20 minutes. I'm gonna drop the stream and restart so we have a fresh video for that. Okay. So, but I'm gonna go ahead and leave it on until then. All right. I gotta drop the stream. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh. Anthrax. Discord education stream. Which one is the Discord one? Which Discord one is it? Hi Mushi. I'm gonna drop her pretty soon, but oh, it's just Discord. Okay. Yeah. 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 Stream. I'm just wondering if it, yeah. Yep. Is there, is everything in the education category? Oh, there's Vera's stuff. Please don't tell me I don't have anything in there. Sorry for doxing you. What's in Discord is strange. He mentions. Learning languages, tools, education. All the way up. Oh, everything in here? Oh, stream. Yeah. I mean, that's as good as any. We'll play around with that. Wow, that's cool. It might be. I mean, we can consider it, but consider putting it in here. I don't know what we want to call it. See what I'm saying? I mean, this live text, you can change the name if you want. You could just change this to stream or something, or live, or under live. Does that make sense? I mean, we could actually. Could you mind if I put stream under the live category, and then just kind of, we could rename this guy. I mean, this is kind of like live texting. How hard is it to change it? Do you want me to just move it? Can I just change it? All right, let's do that. Oh my gosh. Move it? Yeah, just move it. Let's do this. We'll put it under live stream and I'll get rid of that other channel because there's nothing really in that one anyway. Wait, why isn't it working? Edit channel. Category. Can I tell you how much I hate graphic interfaces? I just do not like them. Social. Why aren't these closing up anyway? Oh, because it's got new stuff, that's why. Did you do it already? You did, didn't you? You beat me to it. No, you didn't. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do, first of all, this guy can go away. So I'm gonna just delete that one. Delete channel. There's nothing really in there. And we'll put the stream one down there. New mentions. Alacrity, what do you do? Yeah. Well. What? I just do not like this. I just do not like graphic interfaces. I don't. I'm just gonna not even pretend that I do. Show it. It's not there anymore. God damn it. Did you move it? I finally got back up there. You already moved it on me, didn't you? Fine. You did. There it is. All right. Well, stream is there. Thank you, Mr. Vera. Wow, look at that. All that nice, pretty chat everybody can see. More we have, better it is. So, yes. Yes, indeed. And so there we are. We finally have a bridge to everything. And we can go look at that. So we're back to where we were, really, pretty much. We were there before. Once upon a time, I had all that working, all that stuff, and then I like this better though. So yes, indeed. And then we have our Twitch channel too. Twitch is still plugged in there too, right? Let me just check. A little bit of confirmation before we move out. So yeah, there's me saying the source. All right, this is super duper cool. And you'll have to debrief me on all the stuff you're using to do that on your bot that you just made there, and we'll get YouTube built in there eventually as well. But those are the real main ones. In fact, we should probably go out to our YouTube people. We've been kind of ignoring them. Hey, YouTube people, we love you. Let's compile. I'm using links, Leo. How's it going, Sidar? You guys, all the YouTube people have probably left us. Wait, what was happening? Real fun. The art of multiposter programming. Yes, this is the video version of the Hacker News comment. It is kind of. Hi, Brian. It kind of is. In many ways, it is definitely that. Yep. All right, I'm going to go ahead and drop, and then I'm going to come back. And when I come back, we'll be doing, as I said, we're going to be doing learning web design. And so stick around if you want to do that. Just as a reminder, when we come back, please keep the chat on topic. For the next 2 hours, we need to stay on topic because the video is going to be saved in the category with, with that stuff.